Hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome to night two of our exciting local elections coverage. Now, we've had most of the results in now from England, Wales, and Scotland. We're still waiting on the Northern Ireland election to storm on, but that is going to be coming in for the most part tomorrow. I just got distracted by that feedback from you, Mike, there, but don't worry, I will persevere, goddammit. So what we're here to do at the moment is we're going to be taking a look at basically what all of the results are, trying to figure out what the hell is going on with it. Now, I stayed up pretty late last night, so as you can imagine, I was a little bit drowsy. Woke up this morning a little bit crabby, chain smoking to try and follow the results. Had me coughing. If only I had a wheezing card. No, but if we're looking at the results here, we can see that, some of these councils have switched. They've been moving around, and the response that the government's going to be giving to this to try and get back on track, well, I'm afraid that they've been slowpokes because they're not focusing on lowering our energy bills. And that means that Boris himself, considering a possible early election, is a little bit of a gambler. Well, there we go. That was fucking worth it, wasn't it? That got the took me fucking longer to get all the cards out than to do that bit. I just wanted to show off my original Pokemon cards. That was it, basically. Sorry, do people actually still believe democracy holds any validity? Well, this is a YouTube channel about politics in a democracy. So somewhat implicitly, that will be us, yes.
Oh, it's just me left because Jonathan has departed.
Oh, right, wait, what?
Oh, he's still here on my end.
Okay, yeah, I can only see you, Swiss, but I can't see Tom and all that stuff.
Oh, yes, that's because, hang on. There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. Let's see John back here and all that stuff. But yeah.
Right,
so... Again, Swiss, or?
Sorry?
Yeah, the dark comment on democracy and all that stuff. I just want to make a quick comment on that by saying that while democracy might not be going well right now, I'd still say you got to push for it, because at least with democracy, you're supposed to technically have the chance of booting out your leader if you don't like him or her.
Hey, normally in our lovely democracy, more often than not, the things that I don't want tend to win. With maybe the exception of that Brexit referendum. But this time round, it's been quite refreshing. These local election results have come in, and I've said this much as well. The local election results have come in, and I've actually gone, oh, I quite like this. I'm having a good time seeing these results. Things are going the way I want them to. That's okay.
In many ways, it is the best local election results since 2018. And all that stuff. And Swiss, just to let you know, in my council area, let's see, Labour have got on up 2 seats, and so have the Lib Dems, adding our total to a combined 30. So for another year, we're having a joint administration in my council. So yeah.
Nah, that joint administration, that's shit. No more democracy for us. Let's have fascism. Yeah, that sounds much better. We've got too decadent. We need some strong leaders with an iron grip. Fuck off your ballot papers. There we go. Brilliant. I've won the chat on side now. They're happy with me. Right. Where are we? Let me screen share some of these results then. So Scotland is entirely in now. Wales were only waiting on 1 council. England were only waiting on 2 councils. Does anyone have any knowledge to hand which councils we're waiting on?
From what I remember looking at the map, the 2 councils that we're waiting on are Tower Hamlets and Croydon in England. As for Wales, I believe the only council we've got waiting on is Vale of Glamorgan.
Why has it got to be Tower Hamlets, man? Why?
Tower Hamlets is always sort of weird, like... Wait, hang on, counting and...
Who knows, maybe they just want to have the record of being the last council elected.
But just looking at it, there's 2 councils left in England, 1 in Wales, as I said before. It's Croydon, Tower Hamlets and Vale of Glamorgan. That's all that's left. Tower Hamlets was Labour. They won it from a residents' association. Labour could lose seats there to a residents' association, but I don't know who's running in Tower Hamlets, I'll have to say. Oh, it's independents. Okay.
So anyway, from what I am looking at in Wales, from like the BBC page and all that stuff, is that Labour have one new council and 65 new councillors. Let's see, the Plaid Cymru have three new councils, giving them 4 councillors, which apparently is a historic high for them, but have lost 9 councillors.
Although I guess if you Plaid, you'd probably be happy enough losing a few councillors if you've gained a few councils. It's a nice enough trade-off.
Yeah, I'd probably feel the same. Probably, it's like, but yeah, it's like
they've got more independent councillors. You remember before I was astonished at how many independents they have, and they've put on more independent councillors this time.
And from what I'm looking at, speaking of independents, they've lost 2 councils but gained 7 new councillors.
Yep.
Conservatives lost the only council they had, and have lost 82 councillors.
82 councillors. They've lost 110. They've got, so they've nearly lost as many as they won.
Yeah, they've lost nearly half of their councillors. And the Liberal Democrats again remain on 0 councils, but gotten at least 11 new councillors. And Greens 0 councils, but 8 councillors, which is the only ones they got in that one.
I was going to say, they're building solid progress on their 0 councillors they had before for the grand total of 8.
And something called the post-election vacancy. 2 councillors, same as the last time apparently, and overall control has gone down from 1 council.
Just looking at this, the Tories only gained 1 council, and that was Harrow. They gained that off of Labour.
And is Harrow a London one?
Yes, it's in the northwest of London.
Well, you know what? There's always got to be exceptions, haven't there? We wouldn't think of the Tories making forwards progress in London, but they have done in that case at least.
Yeah, it's strange that. I don't know why that happened. It's not where you'd expect them to do well. It
could. I mean, this might be one of those things again that we sometimes overlook. Where, what with it being a local election, there could well be local issues at play. There could have been something that went on that people got very upset about the council with, and maybe that's why they switched.
Buck the trend, if you will.
So I'm now that we've got most of the results in for England, Wales, and Scotland. Should I go over them very quickly? We've just done Wales.
Sure. I did Wales for you.
Thank you very much. I'll blitz through Scotland very quick. Okay. SNP 453 up 22, Labour 282 up 20, Conservatives 214 minus 63, Independents 152 minus 15, Liberal Democrats 87 plus 20, Greens 35 plus 16, and the council scoreboard we have 3 ran by Independents, 1 by the Scottish Nationals, which is up 1, 1 by Labour, which is up 1, none for the Conservatives, Liberals, Greens, or vacancies, and we have 27 Scottish councils in no overall control. Well, that's a healthy little bit of give and take democracy there. They're going to have to work together on that one.
Yeah, well, it's due to the voting system in Scotland, which Callum has complained about.
Of course. Yeah, it doesn't lend itself to too many votes getting bunched up for a certain person, does it?
Yeah, single transferable vote, which Callum is pretty much against, though I'm probably more in favour of that, just because of how well it's done for Sinn Féin and the Republic of Ireland.
It would affect me having to learn a whole new system for covering our elections, at least. Because at the moment, it's like I've got my nice bit of first past the post. I understand that. And any time we're doing other stuff, I just have it explained to me, and then I forget it before the next time, and I'll just have it explained to me again.
Okay. Bend my. Okay, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Let's see. In saying in Scotland we have a horrible voting system, which means no party wins a majority. Well, depending on how you feel about parties having an overall majority in the UK in Parliament, you might not want them.
Are they referring to the Scottish Parliament or Council? Because if they're referring to Council, strangely enough, there are actually 2 gains from no overall control. And and that was West Dunbartonshire, which went from no overall control to Labour, and Dundee, which went from no overall control to SNP.
Okay.
And last one, I'll bring up England here, if I hadn't already. Labour up 52, Tories down 341, Lib Dems up 191, Independents up 28, Greens up 60, Residents Associations up 10. So good gains very good gains for the Liberal Democrats. First of all, that's got to be said. And the Greens, for that matter, given that they've actually put on more councillors in England than Labour have. And I've seen the projections that they do of, if this was the whole country voting and what was the vote share and blah, 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 and comparing it with 2018. And I think what I've seen from the comparing it to 2018 so far is the Tories down about 5 points, Labour stagnant, and then Lib Dems and the others moving forwards. So like Labour have picked, and we're extrapolating to a national picture, but Labour have picked up. But it seems more so due to the decline of the Tories rather than a surge towards Labour. That seems to be the analysis of it.
Win by default, if you will.
Yeah. Your enemy has become weaker, so you become stronger passively.
Which seems to be the case, which happens regardless of which party wins or loses here in the UK.
Yeah. So now that that's out of the way, and we've recapped England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland we may touch on again, but that's not going to be resolved until tomorrow now anyway.
No, but it is. But there are some results in Northern Ireland that are definitely worth covering. I'll say that much.
Oh no, I'm happy enough to do Northern Ireland. I'm just thinking I'm keeping it all within within Britain for just a moment. Because I just want to talk about, now that we've got the pretty much all of the results in, or the bulk of them in, for England, Scotland, Wales, we can start looking at what the fallout of it is going to be, what the response is. Because here we are, the leading article they got on the BBC here: the Liberal Democrats and Labour make gains as Conservatives lose nearly 500 seats in England, Wales, and Scotland. At the start of the coverage, you tend to have more ambiguous headlines and subtitles as you're still waiting for things to come in, moving forward some places, mixed views, blah, blah, blah. But overridingly now, what I'm seeing reported on these locals, it's very much leading with the sheer number of councillors that the Tories have lost. And I think where things were looking maybe this time, not this time yesterday, but much earlier today, maybe this morning, even then maybe it didn't quite look that bad for them. But it seems as the day has gone on and we've got more results, the leading story of this actually is going to end up being Tory losses. Not necessarily Labour gains, but Tory losses.
Yeah, let's see. Ian Daugherty from the chat has put in the comments that has been poor from Labour, even in the gains of Wales, are deceptive things that could not have gotten worse for them from 2017 base and all that stuff. So
I just want to quickly say his name is pronounced Ewan Doherty.
Ewan Doherty. Sorry, Ewan Doherty.
But either way, Ewan, who's in Bullet, by the way, has commented on the Welsh results. I can't personally speak for them because I don't have enough knowledge on Wales, but from what Ewan has said, it's a poor result from Labour because they've not really done that much better compared to 2018. No, 2017, sorry.
Let's see. You're saying the surname's still being pronounced wrong. 2017 Welsh local elections. I'm just taking a look at the Welsh local election 2017. From what I can gather, they lost 112 councillor seats and all that stuff. And though, let's see, given the fact that they've got a net positive now, I'd say, well, it's not completely recovering all the local seats they lost last time. I'd say it's an improvement at the very least.
Oh, I see. 2017 lost 112, made 40 gains today. Right. Okay. So moved backwards, moved forwards, but 2 steps. One step forward, 2 steps back, but in the other order.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, I suppose, given what they had lost about, 5 years ago, yeah, no, I'd say at least it's a step in the right direction for at least Welsh Labour, at least. No, I'd probably, well, from the looks of things, it seems like Welsh Labour did the best out of the Free Labour parts of, the UK.
Well, yeah, certainly in
I
terms of
can
gains.
finally see. I can see a chat now. Paul from Labour gained Wales subject. Things could not have been gotten worse for them from 2017 base. Oh, right, okay. So, basically saying that 2017 was the lowest of the low points for Labour because it was when Labour got destroyed in locals.
Okay.
We've got what have we got here? A next topic, please, says I proudly, in all caps, I proudly support the current thing, Viva la Ukraine. No idea where it was on a map before February, though.
What?
I see. We have a connoisseur of the NPC put a chip in the back of your head memes with us today. I had my chip upgrade. That's why I'm on board. The Tories have bend my dick cucumber snatch. Tories have done bad in Scotland, but they've mostly lost ground in places they weren't strong to begin with, central belts, but in places where they had strength, like Moray and Aberdeenshire, they've done good.
Well, is that really the case when they've lost like a council like Westminster, where are they referring to like Wales specifically?
What, sorry?
Well, what the guy's saying, the Tories have done bad in Scotland, but they've mostly lost ground. Oh, it's Scotland. Okay. Let's see. Well, I guess on one hand, I guess you could argue it isn't as bad as it could have been, but they've gone from the second largest party in Scotland to the third largest party, so that's still a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, to be fair, I was expecting a Tory massacre in Scotland. I was expecting like minus 100 seats in Scotland, but it did not happen.
I think I think one of the interesting takeaways of this as well, aside from Tory losses, is just the resurgence of the Liberal Democrats. At least, I mean, certainly in England, if you think about when they were wiped out pretty much in 2015, there were certain places, especially in like the south, the southwest, where they used to be competitive with the Tories. They used to have territory, then they were just gone. And it now seems that they are starting to reassert themselves in those areas. And I know it's a very simplistic thing when we're always talking about a blue wall and a red wall and whatever, but it does seem to me that more so than Labour being any kind of a threat to the Tories, because Labour haven't really been. Yes, they've won off of them in some areas, but like I say, I think it's more so Tory support moving backwards rather than Labour support growing. But it's the Lib Dems that appear to be the biggest threats to the Tories in quite a few places at the moment.
Well, I guess you could say they have started to rub off the coalition years, and maybe even you could argue the Brexit over Remain years under Prince Cable and Joe Swinson, I guess.
Keep in mind that the Lib Dems during the coalition years used to get absolutely massacred. Like, I'm looking through their election results during that time, and every single year they lost seats after the coalition.
Yeah.
I've got it here. In the 2011 locals, they lost 748 seats. In the 2012 locals, they lost 336 seats. In the 2013 locals, they lost 124. In 2014, they lost 310. And in 2015, they lost 411. So the Lib Dems got absolutely massacred through those coalition years.
Yeah.
In total, to sort of give you an idea of how bad it was, in 2010, they had a total of 1,730 councillors back in 2010, and then by 2015, at the end of coalition years, they had 658. So they lost 1,000 councillors over that period of time.
Yeah. From what I understand, during like the first year in 2011, when they lost like the worst result was over 700, I think there were calls for having Nick Clegg to resign within the Liberal Democrats because of how bad it was.
What, back in 2011 when it got absolutely butchered?
Yes.
Oh.
Ben Dick says Lib Dems always get their hopes up with good by-election results and council results, but it has never historically translated to general election success. I mean, not on a national equivalence with their presence in the locals, no. But at the very least, perhaps we can take it as something of an indicator. If they're recovering at the local level, they may also recover to a degree within general elections as well. I'm certainly not anticipating a return to the 50-odd seat Lib Dems or whatever.
The Charles Kennedy years.
Yeah, we will not make it to the sunlit Charles Kennedy uplands anytime soon with the Lib Dems.
I think the Lib Dems, my guess is, are probably hoping for is that they go up to 30 seats or something like that to try and be like a kingmaker, if you will, but then get into, let's say, coalition or at least supply agreement with one of the two main parties, probably more likely to do with Labour because, well, everyone hates the Tories right now.
On that comment about Lib Dem success not translating, yes, generally that is true. I mean, if you want an example of that being the case, just look at what happened to the Lib Dems in 2019. They won the Brecon by-election in Wales, and then they lost the seat in 2019 general election, and they actually lost seats in 2019 as well.
They've lost their leader.
I mean, even if you think, and I'm not talking about trying to draw a certain electoral exercise into what happened to them in the GE, but even if you think back to 2010, you had a lot of momentum behind the Lib Dems then. You had I Agree with Nick, the decent performance at the debates, but people were anticipating they would at least put on seats. And in fact, they actually lost a couple, didn't they? So it is tricky for them under the first past the post system.
They often have a thing of losing. If they gain votes, they often lose seats, which is weird. Because realistically, the place they hold in political politics, in the landscape, if they want to increase their popular vote, they often move away from some of the places where they're more electorally strong. If they become more, Tim Farron, I thought, did quite well for periods when Corbyn was in charge of Labour, as appearing as a sort of progressive but sensible alternative, but that's not really what a lot of their old seats really like in sort of the southwest and the West Country, where they historically had support, and in Scotland as well, in sort of rural seats that don't particularly like progressive politics at all. Their old sort of liberal values used to win them, almost classical liberal values used to win them seats there. Now that base has been destroyed. They don't really have anywhere to build from. If you look at the selection of seats they have, there's no base to go back on. And obviously, they try to rebuild it with the EU and getting back in the EU. But
and that works for a time. When the whole country was divided along those lines, it was fair dues as a strategy to at least say, okay, we'll pin our colours to this mast, and then people will vote for us as Remain. But it wasn't a very long-term strategy, was it?
Yeah, I mean, what is their base demographic now? Like Labour, you said it, bread and butter, they'll win two constituencies: urban, middle-class, educated areas like Islington or other areas of London. They win seats like that, and then they also win poor cities and towns, right? That's their two, and they start with those and they build out. The Tories have the opposite, right? The Tories always win rural seats, and then they'll win richer towns generally, especially with higher home ownership. If you're looking at the Lib Dems and you're saying, like, what is our base voter? What is our core support? They don't really have that anymore. They used to have students a lot, and then they stall over that.
Because it used to be a lot of university towns for them as well.
Yeah, I actually know one person from my work that still hasn't forgiven the Lib Dems for the student debt thing.
Well, I'm mentioning that. Let me just read a couple comments here. We've got Dillhouse says, Lib Dems are pretty cringe, not going to lie. Ever since Nick Clegg apologised, I can't abide by that goon. And Ben White Cucumber Smash.
For him.
That is something. I mean,
Ben Cucumber Snatch says, I agree, Dillhouse.
I also think, to be fair, this is something that the Lib Dems have generally had a trend in. Like, before the coalition years, they tended to be the local party that always used to do well at local elections. And I think the reason for that is because it says somebody in the chat, the Bend My Dick Cucumber Snatch bloke, who says the Lib Dems just function as a protest vote for dissatisfied Tories. Their genuine supporters are still small in numbers. Yeah, basically. That's what I genuinely seem to find amongst a lot of people who vote with them in local elections. A lot of them tend to be Tories who will vote for them either because they're either pissed at the Tory party nationally, or they're unhappy with the way the Tory council has been run, or the Labour council has been run, so vote for them as the best chance to get rid of them. And then they also follow up by saying the Lib Dem core support is about 7% of the electorate at most. I wouldn't say at most. I'd say that is their average support, 7% of the electorate. That's the sort of average of what they can get. I'd
That
say
seems
the
to also
most.
be their baseline in a way, though, isn't it? Like they never drop. I mean, I'm trying to think of the past, 3 general elections:
There
2015, 2017, 2019. There must be a certain level they've never dipped below, round
the
about the
worst
5
they
or
ever
6%
got
mark, right?
was 8% with Nick Clegg in 2015.
Oh no, I think they did worse in 2017 under Tim Farron in terms of like electoral votes.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, I did. The lowest the lowest the Lib Dems ever got in terms of electoral vote was 7.4%. So yeah.
So let's call 7.4% their baseline. That for now, effectively their baseline.
Let's
That's
see.
the lowest that they'll go.
It's too bad Mr. Fielding isn't here, because then we could probably try and see him trying to defend the Lib Dems from us witty making fun of them and all that stuff.
But I mean,
Yeah,
in total fairness, right? We're not actually being, we've been harsh on the Lib Dems plenty, and sometimes for good reason. But genuinely, at the moment, we are saying, yeah, they've done good at the locals, but we're also trying to cast a gaze of how and what that means for their performance in a general election. We're not being deliberately unkind to any Lib Dems in this. We're just trying to analyse it, aren't we?
I mean, do you think they should try moving back to being to the left of the Labour Party, which is what worked for them under Kennedy, right? That's the reason they got so much. I mean, 2 reasons they got loads of support. One, Blair went so far right that he overtook Kennedy. I mean, obviously, Kennedy's a lot more left wing than the Liberal Democrat leaders of this decade. I also think the idea about protest vote is huge. Like, the Lib Dems have always been a protest vote. If you look at 2015, lots of areas where Lib Dem support is high, that vote actually went to UKIP. There's a lot of people who just will not vote for the two main parties, and they get a lot of support from that. But under Kennedy, because I think 2 reasons did well. They had the demographics that I spoke about earlier, that pissed them off. They were politically different to Labour and Tories in a sitting in the middle. I'm not sure was their best is a great play.
I think,
and also because I think people thought Blair was going to win anyway, so they just voted for the Lib Dems because Blair was going to win.
It's an interesting thing what you're suggesting, because certainly back then that was part of the appeal of the Lib Dems to me. I wasn't old enough to vote at the time, but I quite liked the Lib Dems for what their message was, where they were relative to the other two, etc. And certainly if Starmer is, well, at the very least, because Starmer's a lot more centrist than Corbyn, can't we? But if the Lib Dems do position themselves to the left of Labour again, what effect will that have on the changeability between voters switching from Tory to Lib Dem? Because we say that that's a thing, don't we? That, there are Tories voters who wouldn't vote Labour, but they are willing to do Lib Dem from time to time.
I think they could keep them by being a different sort of left wing, by being less statist, less trade unionist, just being like left wing in a more progressive sense, but not tied to the old traditions of the Labour movement. You think when Kennedy ran, he never went for. He was never standing up saying let's nationalise industries.
So, in other words, be the US Democrats, I guess.
Yeah, I mean more like yes, but in a more sort of obviously more left wing than lots of like the left moving to be like the very left flank of the Democratic Party,
I guess just like thinking more in terms of left liberals rather than moderate socialists.
Yeah,
that's
as
maybe
in
the
a-
difference, you know.
Yeah, progressive. So it's left wing politics, but it's of a different tradition. So I think they could still hold on to disaffected Tory voters just because they would be left wing, but not in a way that was so hostile to perhaps business and rural life.
Yeah, just looking at different like voter share that the Lib Dems got. Like back in their early days of formation in the 1990s, they used to get about 18% of the vote, and in the 2000s, under the Blair years, they used to get 22% of the vote. And then since then, they've just completely collapsed.
I believe there was some analysis during the time of the Lib Dems' peak of popularity that if we had a different voting system, they could have very easily have replaced one of the two main parties as like the new witty two main parties, I guess you could say. Saying now which one they would have done, who knows? But of course, we don't live in a system where we have like PR or STV or anything like that.
So I think the conclusion we can say is the Lib Dem floor is 7%, and the Lib Dem ceiling is. I don't think we can use the Kennedy years as a good barometer because of how right wing Blair was. So I'd say that a better way to say is the Lib Dem ceiling is 18%, and their floor is 7%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was probably going to put it somewhere in the teens.
What will they get
20
under
or so.
PR, do you think?
Let's see.
Oh, it's really hard to predict because you don't know exactly what parties exist under PR.
Yeah, it's so hard to predict with PR because in a sense, everybody's vote share would be diminished from what we're used to under PR because there'd be so many other options springing up that people would actually be able to vote for.
The fact that the Lib Dems themselves could actually split under a PR system between the Social Democrats and the Liberals.
I think if the Liberal Democrats manage to stay together, I think the best they could probably get under PR is 20%. I don't think they go higher than that.
I think it'd be lower than that, but yeah, they could go higher. Yeah, it depends on what Labour did, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If Labour split into two different parties, then it might become different. If Labour kept together, not sure. I think the Tories would still get nearly 35-40% of the vote. I think they have that block pretty locked down.
What, even under PR, you think?
I think they could get 35%, yeah. I think over the last 10 years, I think they've really locked down a certain set of voters.
I mean, I will say this much, and I sometimes wonder how much of this is my own political biases coming through, but I do spend a lot of time thinking, how can this many people still vote Tory? So there's obviously a lot of people out there who are very staunchly committed to it for their own reasons, you know.
Well, anyways, like Tom probably would say, there's a sort of but Labour mentality, I guess you could say.
Well,
I was talking about this. I was talking about this with my family because I had my brother over and I was chatting to my mum as well. And we were saying that my grandparents most likely voted Tory in the locals just gone, and actually they've been lifelong Tory voters, like in the style of your sort of working class up to middle class Thatcherite type Tory. But I think for them, as much as we talk about lifelong Labour voters or whatever, I think that they are that for the Tories. If they've still voted Tory now for this, I don't think there's ever a time they wouldn't vote Tory. I think there are voters who are locked in for life with it, basically.
I think the difference is as well is with lifelong Tory voters is that genuinely they are like proper lifelong Tory voters, like they have voted Tory all their life. Whereas with so-called lifelong Labour voters, what you often find is that they voted Labour once in a local election in 1962, and now they consider themselves to be lifelong Labour voters for some reason. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, there was cases during the Corbyn years where media people would find like so-called lifelong Labour voters, and they say, "Oh, when did you last vote Labour?" I voted Labour in '97. I ain't voted for him since.
So, in other words, in order to try and push the narrative of Corbyn losing lifelong Labour voters, they just found any random person and then keep going with that and lie to the public just to try and turn the narrative against Corbyn.
Pretty much.
Well,
Pretty much.
I mean, I think a lot of these voters that turned against Corbyn are. I mean, I think home ownership's a big driver of votes now, and much more than anyone gives credence to. And I think a lot of people who were lifelong Labour voters, they were when they were in the workplace. But as soon as they retired, I think when you retire, I think the Tories have a huge grip on pension, on that vote. And obviously that's a very reliable voting bloc. And I think it's material reasons that have driven, these lifelong Labour voters. But once they retire and once they care about keeping their house price at the right value and keeping their pension and other things they rely on, when they've moved away from having an income from Labour and then gone completely to having an income based on the forces of capital, but they've moved to being a Tory voter. I mean, the Tories have 2 seats when home ownership is less than 50%. So, and
oh no, I've been the biggest proponent of saying that home ownership is a big barometer of conservatism in an area.
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, they vote conservative and all that stuff for their own interests and don't really care if it affects young people and all that stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. I think a lot of people vote for their own material interest. I mean, look, even in 2019, if you exclude people who don't work, Labour win that election. That's how big the pensioners' vote is, and that's how the staunch support that the Tories have there. And that is just because you've gone from getting your income from one source, and now you're switching it to rely on capital, on housing for one part, and then obviously pensions rely on stocks and security of government. So you naturally become more inclined to a conservative government. I mean, that's why Right to Buy by Thatcher is such a potent political policy for them, because it creates loads more homeowners, and homeowners are Tory voters.
Well, granted, from my understanding, due to the fact that homeowners are now declining in recent years, that might not always be the case now, right?
I mean, I'm not sure how it's going to make. Obviously, in the next generation of house ownership could be very different to previously, because the mobility will be different. If you're working class and your parents are still renters, the chance of you getting on the housing market now are even more slim than they were if they grew up with their parents being renters. But if you're like me, for example, and your parents are homeowners, all you have to do is wait for them to die, and then the chances are you can, like an ancestral sword. Now that's what house is going to become.
I mean, that describes my position somewhat. As as much as a person wouldn't want to admit it in those terms per se, there's definitely a bit coming my way when that eventually happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you two going to become boomer Tory voters when you turn 60?
I mean, I'm definitely not. I don't know about Swiss is already, he wanders in dangerous ground, doesn't he? Sometimes in the middle.
What's that? Me?
Your political opinions wander all over the shop sometimes.
Yeah. I mean,
more so than me, anyway. That's for certain.
Well, I think maybe more accurately, I'd say my voting inclinations wander more often than my opinions do.
Yeah,
I think there's a certain core to what my views are, but it's probably fair to say it changes with the wind a little bit wherever I go. Is it best to hold my nose and vote Labour, or strike out independently and run myself, or give these guys a chance? That varies quite a bit. That's a fair comment.
Yeah.
I think
if you think about, sorry.
No, I just got you. So the thing about Corbyn as well is that the difference with Corbyn compared to now is that, how do I describe it? Corbyn was basically like, I'll use this analogy. Imagine if we built a statue and we put the statue in the middle of Parliament Square, or whatever the garden next to Parliament is called. Okay. And basically, the sole purpose of this statue that we have created is to
celebrate slavery. Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Is to basically direct our hate to it, like all our scorn, all our hate, all our anger. We just direct it at this statue. We don't know why we direct the hate to the statue. We're just told that we have to hate the statue.
Feels very
That's what
1984.
Corbyn is. Corbyn is basically this figure who exists in the British public to basically shit on. He is the person who we just love to hate for whatever reason, and this is highlighted to me perfectly by the fact that he is still mentioned in the news about his views on certain things like NATO and Russia and whatever and Starmer, even when it's basically completely irrelevant because he's not a Labour MP anymore and he probably won't even be an MP at the next election. But yet he still gets mentioned in the news because the media basically have turned him into that statue I talked about, this figure who exists to basically be hated on for no real reason at all, to be honest.
And pretty much Labour's excuse for whenever they do poorly in an election.
Yeah, long Corbyn.
Well, I think
Oh yeah,
you know,
long
I think
Corbyn, as they say.
I think it's fair enough to lay a degree of blame at Corbyn's feet for the 2019 result, but how long people can get away with this long Corbyn argument, I'm not that convinced. I think there's only so long you can say, oh, okay, some voters were turned off by the party under him or him, and we're coming back from that. But how long can you use that as an excuse? You know,
well, the Tories used the last Labour government for a decade.
They left us a note and said there was no money left. Look, I've got the note here. Have a look at it. Yeah,
pretty much. So I think
then-
Labour can probably get away with double it. And the reason I say double it, like 20 years, is because Corbyn has become such a potently hated figure that I think they can just get away with it, where people will just be like, oh, fucking Corbyn.
I just wish people would forget about him, to be honest. I'm sick of scrolling through Twitter and just seeing him constantly being mentioned.
Oh, I am as well. It's like
both sides of the Labour Party could do it.
Especially by miles. I think he has like the worst takes ever.
I mean, he is literally just a person. You could literally be discussing any topic whatsoever, and he will just be mentioned for no reason at all. Like my favourite one was when Russia was doing its military build-up on the Ukrainian border. There was some idiot Liberal Democrat supporter who said, "Oh, can you imagine if Corbyn was in charge when this was going on?" It's like, what the fuck has Corbyn got to do with Russian military build-up on the Ukrainian border?
The thing is, you get it on both sides as well, though. You get people on the centre and the right kind of going, "Oh, can you imagine if Corbyn was in, how bad these things would be?" and blah blah blah. But at the same time, you very easily get people pretty firmly on the left as well who constantly want to go, "Can you imagine if Corbyn said this thing Starmer said, what the reaction would be? Can you imagine if Corbyn, you know?"
Not to mention the right side of history argument as well. That's the
I voted for Corbyn in 2019, so it's not my fault what happened.
Well, I suppose one thing for this about Corbyn, you gotta give him, even though he's widely despised by the public, he does have a core base of supporters, at least. Which
I just honestly wish that Pete, as Sliss said, I just wish people would forget about him. I just really wish they would. Like, he's finished. Like, he had his time in the sun. Just let him fucking move on. Like, he's not even going to be, more than likely anyway, not even going to be an MP at the next election. So why on earth he's been turned into this figure that people just pour their scorn and hate upon, and why the left just cannot move on from Corbyn, despite the fact it's been years since he was leader of Labour.
My guess is because they still feel wrongly and just sabotage and all that stuff, and they've yet to find a replacement for Corbyn because, well,
yeah, and I've got. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
But so yeah,
or were you finished? Go.
Yeah, I think Corbyn there's yet to be a replacement figure for the left to replace Corbyn. So at the moment, he's still the go-to figurehead of the left, kind of like how before then it was Tony Benn and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So until we probably find, at least for the left, someone left-wing, but perhaps maybe not as controversial as Corbyn was, that the left can rally behind, they can stop talking about Corbyn, but
new litmus test.
I think. Do you think it's fair to say though that to Corbyn's supporters and people who are still staunchly Corbyn supporters, they don't and have never seen him as controversial. They think he's very saintly and very nice and never really says or does anything wrong.
It depends which sort of Corbyn supporter. I think you've got the classic.
I'll probably mention this as someone that actually met Corbyn. He's actually pretty nice when you meet him up in person.
Oh well, I thought the MP for Stoke North, Jonathan Gullis, was a nice guy when I first met him. You never know. Joke, but no, I don't know. You're right in saying, by the way, that there are. I'm not trying to paint all people, even today, who still like Corbyn with the same brush. Corbyn drew in a big spectrum of people, all the way from your pretty moderate social democrats down to your staunch commies. You know, he had a big draw to him on the left.
Yeah, I mean, completely. If you can't understand why he had, and I still think lots of people can't understand why he had a draw to people on the left, I think you can't. You must understand a large demographic of this country's politics that are quite keen on something quite different and something more social democratic. Not you think what Labour were before him. You know, it wasn't a joke to say that they were austerity light. They were still for cuts. They're still for an economic policy that, looking back, we can see as a huge error. You know, austerity in macroeconomic terms has driven our wage growth into negative terms, and we're one of the only few European countries that has seen that happen. Our growth has been sluggish, our investment been poor. You can look back, and our debt and deficit hasn't really gone down. You can look back in economic terms and say austerity was the wrong economic policy to pursue. You can't say that right now, if it wasn't for Corbyn, would Labour have stood up at any point in the last 5 years and said, actually, we need to stop being these deficit hawks because it's not good for our country in economic terms, in social terms, or environmental terms. But nobody in the Labour Party could articulate that message before Corbyn.
And I think that's
drew large amounts of people to him.
I think you're absolutely right, because I think that's what I was crying out for when when Corbyn came along, because I think prior to him it was basically like the Greens who were the anti-austerity message, and then he came along and that very much drew me in. And it's interesting now, kind of post Corbyn. Obviously, we all. I don't know how I'm trying to describe it. It's like we all enter a big orgy with the lights off, and nobody knows who anybody is, but we all know we're there for Jez. And then finally it moves on, and some of us go, "Oh shit, I'm centre left, and you're pretty far left, and I've got views about the whole Corbyn project, and you've got views about them." But we were drawn in for certain reasons initially, at least. Yeah, that was the appeal in the draw, that you had someone willing to stand up and say, "Hey, look, this austerity is really hurting people. It's making real working people out there having a much harder time because of it. You are really, really reducing people's quality of life out there." And that was a serious thing that needed addressed. It's just unfortunate with figures like Corbyn that so much baggage, you could say, is associated. That for every right-on thing that he's been hammering away at for a long time and he's been good on, there will be very politically inconvenient things for him as well, whether it's association with certain, extremists or the wrong line on a foreign policy issue, that kind of thing.
His foreign policy is his foreign policy ideas are more radical than his domestic policy ideas. I think a bit like others, he cares more. I think before he came into being leader, I think he cared far more about foreign policy than he did about domestic policy. You know, McDonnell ran a lot of the economic stuff, didn't he? And I think a lot of his foreign policy stuff, I know their support, his supporters, like say, he's been on the right side of issues on lots of these things. He hasn't. He was on the wrong side in Kosovo. He's weak on Russian aggression.
I think when
his views on Palestine and Israel lack nuance, shall we say?
And on that as well, we can say that his views lack nuance, but I certainly would not seek to represent him as any kind of an anti-Semite or anything personally. And I know there's a lot wrapped up in that whole debate, but unfortunately, I think because his views lack a degree of nuance, there was an ability to draw in supporters, or indeed people around him, who are the types of people that we are familiar with, who just bang on about like Zionism.
You mean George Galloway?
Those, you know.
The issue with his foreign policy, and I would argue that this is not just an issue of Corbyn, but I would argue for the British left and arguably a lot of the European left. there seems to be this very, very odd view of the world that many of them have, where they seem to believe that the US is only capable of engaging in imperialistic foreign policy, or that the US's imperialistic foreign policy is somehow uniquely bad. And when it comes to Russian imperialism or Chinese imperialism or imperialism from other countries in, say, South America, it seemingly is just completely ignored or rationalized or brushed under the carpet in some way. With Corbyn in particular, if you want some examples of this really bad judgment when it comes to anything, the foreign policy of any country east of Berlin, just look at former Yugoslavia and his views with that. They were just awful, to put it bluntly. I mean, you could argue that Corbyn engaged in borderline genocide denial when it came to the Bosnian War and the actions of the Bosnian Serbs during the Bosnian War. And he was also wrong on Kosovo as well, tried to claim that Milosevic was not trying to do genocide in Kosovo when he was. And then you've got Russia. He's just incredibly weak on Russia. Like, his attitude towards the Skripal poisoning was odd as hell. And his attitude regarding Ukraine has also been incredibly strange, because he's still of the mentality of, oh, NATO is actually the one in the wrong in regards to Ukraine and not Russia. And then you've also, and then as you mentioned before, his lack of nuance regarding Israel and Palestine, and the fact that he's willing to cozy up with some frankly dreadful individuals because they happen to be on the same side of the issue as he is on Palestine and Israel.
I mean, like how J.K. Rowling is with like trans issues, and let's see, will like and befriend homophobes and all that stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, she'll cozy up to people that agree with her, and it's the same with Corbyn.
So
it's not just Corbyn that's the issue. He's just one of many people. I would argue that the British left and a lot of people on the European left are just as bad as him, or even worse, where they seem to hyper focus on the imperialism of the West or believe it is uniquely bad in some way. But when Russia flattens Mariupol to the ground, they don't seem to say much of anything at all. But Iraq will be mentioned ad infinitum from them. It's just a weird double standard.
And here's the thing:
some still think that Russia is still the Soviet Union or communist or some sort of socialist kind of thing, even though it's clear that, let's see, Vladimir Putin is pretty much, let's see, authoritarian right wing, and he's been associated with many far right leaders, as of like Le Pen, let's see, and Trump and all that stuff.
There will be few and far between lefties who still have a candle burning for Russia, thinking it's the Soviet Union. But I think for the most part, any sort of blindness or willingness to explain away Russia comes from a sort of a very anti-Western, Western imperialism.
The reason for it is not because left-wingers think that Russia is still the Soviet Union. I think if they believe that, then frankly, they need to have their heads checked if they still believe that, because one look at a map will tell you that Russia's not the Soviet Union anymore. But no, I don't think that's the case. I think the reason for it is what Putin has done since at least 2007 is he has defined himself and Russia as firmly opposed to the, for the lack of a better term, New World Order that the US created in the aftermath of the Cold War. He has firmly defined himself against everything, and Russia against everything that the US stands for, whether it be democracy or liberalism or Western intervention in the Middle East. He has firmly defined himself and Russia as a staunch existential opponent to US hegemony. And that's why I think so many people on the left gravitate to Putin and Russia, because he is the person who has made himself the figurehead of the anti-US hegemony movement.
Would you say it's also the reason why it's also so anti-New Order of the US is because how the New Order of the US seems to have like completely shut off like the old school lefty policies and all that stuff, because like in like after World War II, you had the post-war census, like here in the UK, and then you had in the US the New Deal. But then during the time of Reagan and Thatcher, it became more neoliberal and sort of like the old left tradition sort of died off in a sense, if you will, replaced by more centrist politics.
I don't think it's that. I think the reason why you have a lot of these people who are firmly opposed to the US, I mean, well, it's obvious. Like, the US, since the end of World War II, has firmly defined itself as bringing about the destruction to any and all left-wing organizations in, well, the world, but in particular in South America. The US has firmly defined its foreign policy around crushing any and all left-wing movements in various parts of the world, regardless of how actually left-wing they are. Like, even the most moderate of social democratic governments in South America are crushed by US coups or military intervention, and that doesn't exactly endear yourself amongst left-wing individuals. I think the left's opposition to the US is frankly obvious. It exists because the US foreign policy since the end of World War II has firmly been focused on the destruction of any and all left-wing movements and organizations in the world, in particular
and I think
in South America.
I think to a degree, though, obviously, much of that is a consequence of the Cold War. That the US was, in a Cold War with the USSR, the Soviet Union, the communists, and the two of them played many a proxy war against one another in other countries, turning them to one side or another. And I'm not trying to condone what went on in those countries, because I'd absolutely be aghast and opposed to it if I saw them trying to do something like that now somewhere or whatever. But the context of that situation, at least you can say, well, there was, both sides in that had to do pretty downright dastardly things to try and preserve their own way of life, their own ideology, their own countries. But obviously, in the end, ultimately, one of them won out, which was the US. And then the US got a degree of hegemony in the world, and for a while at least became kind of like the sole superpower. And then it became much easier in a way to sort of look back on those things because we were the victors and the other ones were defeated, and kind of go, oh yeah, wow, there's fucking gnarly shit going on there.
I think the Cold War, the first Cold War, definitely plays a role in the attitudes, but I don't think it is just that, because the US defined itself firmly against the left and left-wing organizations way before the Cold War happened. Like, during the slavery debates in the 1850s, keep in mind the Communist Manifesto was written in 1848, you would have senators from the US, pro-slavery ones in the North and in South, cite anyone who was in favor of getting rid of the slave trade and abolishing slavery in the US. They would call them Marxists over and over again. And that's not taken into account in the early 20th century, when the Soviet Union and the Bolsheviks won the Russian Civil War. There were multiple Red Scares that occurred throughout the US, and the US refused to recognize the Soviet Union as the legitimate government of the former Russian Empire until the 1930s. So this strong opposition, and that's not even getting into what the US was founded upon. It was founded upon fundamentally liberal principles, namely private property rights being protected, individual freedom and individual liberty, all of which is definitively against what socialism stands for. So it's not just the first Cold War that created this. The US as an entity is firmly anti-left wing. As a political entity and a political unit,
Not so
it is
much.
an anti-Western country.
You could say it's very
At its
anti
core.
sort of socialist. Any of the ists, the socialist, communist, anarchist, sort of the left wing ists and isms. Yeah, they're kind of like against them by definition.
This is why I've said for a while that socialism will not succeed in the United States, because at its core, the country's very foundations is anti-socialism. You would need to basically completely rebuild or reconstruct US society and US culture and the US political system in order for socialism to thrive. there because the very foundations of the US is anti-socialist.
So, can I just quickly say one last thing? So, would you say, due to the fact that the US has betrayed itself as very anti-socialist, anti-left, and all that stuff over the years, the left will just cling on to anyone that will just, let's see, oppose the US in that regards, regardless of whether or not they actually do the left any favors. In some ways, they could end up being worse, which arguably might be with more Putin because since he's like authoritarian, he's definitely left wingers.
There's definitely a bit of the enemy of my enemy is my friend going on, I think.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, this is why, as I've said before, there are many people on the left who flock to people like Putin and Xi Jinping, even though Putin is a ultra-nationalist, ultra right-wing, hyper-conservative, irredentist. It doesn't matter to them. The reason why they will flock to him, even though he is staunchly anti-communist and very right-wing, is because he's firmly defined himself as opposed to US hegemony. That's why they flock to him.
There was one more.
It's the same with China and Xi Jinping, but in the case of China, it's easier to do that because they can hide behind the veneer of China being socialist because it's run by the Communist Party.
Even though they've stopped being communists about decades ago.
Yes.
So they held on to the nice authoritarian control elements of it, and then they just brought in a bit of marketization.
There's also the fact
what I wanted to. I've been waiting on this point for a minute or so, so I'm going to say I was just also thinking though that do you think there's a view of and I think you've already got there by saying about America's opposition to socialism, that America and capitalism are effectively synonymous with one another. The enemy of the socialist is the capitalist or the capitalist system. Like there are different shades. Obviously, I'm probably some kind of a social democrat, so I'm not necessarily looking to do away with capitalism altogether, but I certainly want to bring in various policies, public services, various welfares, etc., which can improve people's lots within that existing model. But for people further to the left, who may be communists or devout socialists or what have you, their worldview is very much, you need to do away with capitalism in order to get the thing that you want. And who's the biggest, strongest proponent of capitalism in the world? It's America. So it's like they are the ultimate big bad in preventing you from getting the things that you want.
I don't think necessarily that the US and capitalism are one and the same, but I think because of US's strong association with capitalism,
I don't think they're one and the same, mind you. I'm just saying that I'm thinking back to when my own views were different a number of years ago, when I probably fit a little bit closer to the kind of left-winger we're talking about at the moment. I think that was the kind of view that I had somewhat. That it was very easy to put everything into an us and them camp. Either you're on our side and you're the good guys, or you're either part of the bad guys or a useful idiot for the bad guys. And the US is totally that. I think that's a very I've summed it up a little bit crudely, but I think that was kind of the view. Yeah.
But yeah,
there's a message in the chat about the Socialist Party in America being the third largest party. And I mean, in the early 20th century, they did gain some significant support before the war. I mean, FDR was clever enough to co-opt a lot of their principles, ideas, and then they got swept away. But they did have popularity especially in the Midwest. It's worth noting that American socialism is still quite different to the Marxist traditions of Europe. Debs and De Leon, who are probably the foremost proponents of American socialism, and actually the socialist traditions that I read up on to get into the more socialist perspective on politics, it's much, it doesn't do away with markets in the same way to the Marxist traditions of Europe. So I think
that's the thing that has to be understood, that even American socialists are quite different from their European counterparts and still embrace many parts of capitalism, like a market economy, that Marxists in Europe would.
Sorry, go on.
So even American socialists are distinctively different from their European Marxist counterparts, and even then, with the Socialist Party in America being the third largest party, keep in mind that at the time the U.S. government was not doing anything to engage in active suppression of the socialist movement because they didn't take it seriously at the time. They weren't actively cracking down on it. It was only after the Soviet Union rose that you began to see the Red Scares and the proper crackdown by the US government against these types of organizations. Plus, you also began to see more modern liberals or welfare liberals like FDR co-opt certain elements of the socialist movement to stem back the tide of it.
I do wonder if perhaps if the Soviet Union rise and I guess the US socialists had more time, they could have possibly replaced one of the two parties at the time, either Republicans or Democrats. And in a similar way, how Labour replaced the Liberals. And as a result, let's see, while you probably wouldn't get rid of capitalism in the USA, you probably wouldn't have that ultra hyper religious worship today, at least, maybe.
I mean, their high watermark in 1924, Follett came third in a union of progressive socialists and farmer labour. He was so he had a socialist he was on the ticket as a socialist, and he won 16% of the vote in a year where the Democrats got absolutely crushed. And I think that level of support meant that the Democrats sort of cottoned on to the fact they needed eventually cottoned on to the fact they needed more to move in that direction,
Fair enough. They could have possibly been replaced, I take it.
Yeah, I think the reason the Liberals got replaced in this country didn't adapt. I think they could have become the party by co-opting ideas, but it didn't that much.
And I think as much as our system of democracy here in the UK tends itself towards a two-party system because of first past the post, but of course we've got exceptions to that baked in. I think over in America, their way of voting and government it's so much more a two-party system. It really reinforces a two-party system, and I think that's probably why it was so much harder for a new separate movement to come along and supersede one of the others, rather than just adaptation between the two existing ones.
Yeah, especially on a national level in a federal government.
But anyway, should we move away from US and get back to local politics in the UK?
We have spent a little while. We started off on Corbyn, didn't we? And we went Corbyn, the left, America, socialism, yada yada.
Because basically I was talking about how the elements of the Labour Party were basically blaming Corbyn for their loss with Long Corbyn and all that shit.
It's like, let's see. Honestly, I feel like, they'll probably use the Corbyn excuse until they finally get back into government, and then when they do their own fuck up, people's like, how can you blame Corbyn at that point? You've pretty much been in charge, and blah, blah, blah. But I don't think by the time they get back into government eventually that they can blame Corbyn for all their misdeeds and all that stuff. Because at that point, he would have nothing to do with it.
No, I think it feels just so much so Labour in a way. The more centristy types want to blame Corbyn for continuing misfortunes. Probably during the Corbyn era, I'm fairly sure there are a few lefties who wanted to blame the legacy of Tony Blair for the fact that Labour was struggling. I'm sure under the Tony Blair New Labour era, they were blaming Michael Foot for the fact that things weren't going so well. I feel that this is a thing that will probably never end. As we to and fro between the left and the centre representing Labour, they will always blame the people who came before them to some degree.
Yeah, but I think Blair used it more. He used it productively, while at the moment the Labour Party is quite keen on looking back and learning no lessons.
I think the trouble is that Twitter didn't exist back then. If we had Twitter in the 90s, we might feel just as downtrodden about the discourse as we do now.
Let me explain what I mean. Like Blair, he's in the 90s and he realizes that it's not the 80s anymore, right? So he's a modernizer in media strategy and policies and understanding of the global order. While the Blairites of today still think it's 1997. They're like the left wingers of the 90s. The left wingers of the 90s wanted it to still be the 80s and still fight the same battles of the 80s. And the Blairites of today still think it's the 90s, and they still want to have a sort of similar labour movement to then. Well, actually, it's not 1997 anymore because we had the global financial crisis. People don't believe in capitalism in the same way as they did in the 90s, or don't believe in the economy in the same way as they did in the late 90s.
Not to mention, had the rise of nationalism both in Scotland and, in a sense, England, with both independent Scottish Indie referendum and SNP, and I guess the UK in general with Brexit.
Yeah, driving your party to the middle of the road economically in this election is not going to work because you're going to piss off progressives who are going to go vote for the Green Party. You're not actually going to attract the average voter who is usually slightly economically left and fairly socially conservative. And you're just going to be left with, well, Ed Miliband's sort of score, to be honest. I reckon if they I think that's what they're on course for, to be honest.
The last 7 years have made me miss Ed Miliband.
There's a lot more base these days.
What do you think they'll get? What Miliband got in 2015, like 232 or something around that?
Yeah, I mean, I actually always predict that, no matter what the polls say, because I think Labour just seem to be naturally 230 seats is just sort of what their vote is. I remember predicting it before.
To be honest, I agree with you there. I do think that in the end, despite what polling says, I do think in the end it will probably be around about the same number that Miliband got. I've been saying it for quite a while now, but I think that'll be the case because the issue I have is this, and why I think Starmer won't do as well as polls predict. He is a win by default candidate. He doesn't have any policies at all that he is willing to put forward. He's not willing to basically stand for anything. His entire platform is basically defined around being, I am not the Tory party and I am not Boris Johnson.
He was elected as well as a moderate sort of safe bet, wasn't he? That's how.
Well, no, he wasn't. He was elected as competent. If you remember, when he ran in the Labour leadership election, he was quite big on his progressive credentials and his socialist credentials.
Well, because he wouldn't have been able to win the leadership election without them. But on the basis of the membership,
the classic, 10 pledges that he's gone back on.
Yeah,
but I think that sort of, if you chop away some of the more radical bits of Corbyn's agenda, you put someone like Starmer in there, perhaps maybe with a bit more charisma than he's got, but you put some solidly social democratic policies in with a safe pair of hands. I think you've got a fairly decent electoral asset. At the moment, they don't really have that because they don't have the policies that people would say, well, actually, this might make a difference to my pay packet of how much is at the end of the week or the month.
I mean stuff
like. Are you describing Andy Burnham here?
No, I'm not, because I remember what Andy Burnham was like in 2015. Because how bad are you as a candidate when you're the staunch favourite to win the leadership election, and then Jeremy Corbyn comes along and blows you out the water? He was awful.
Well, thanks to Andy Burnham in 2021 to 2022. But yeah.
But talking about Labour though and their kind of offer, because a number of people, myself included, have been critical of Starmer since he took over for not actually setting out that many policies or vision or direction. It's still very vague to try and get a feel of what Starmer's Labour's Britain would be. But I'd say one example where I think that they've done well recently, cost of living crisis. It's the number one issue as far as voters are concerned right now. Yeah. Because it affects everybody. And whilst the Tories' response has been lackluster and not enough, they have their policy of a windfall tax on the energy companies. That's a popular policy because people don't like the idea of the energy companies doubling and tripling their profits right now whilst regular people are suffering, and it would materially be able to help people. So I think with that, that's one particular thing they've done where I actually think, that is a sign of the kind of pitch that you'd need to be offering. And it's absolutely true to say, oh yeah, well, that's like a Corbyn type policy that he'd do. But I think a Corbyn policy would maybe be trying to nationalise them rather than just a windfall tax. So that's maybe the slight difference.
Eventually, I think he would go for a windfall tax as well.
Well,
he hasn't talked that much about a windfall tax. He's talked a lot about VAT on it, which is more Starmerish, you know. That's what I heard.
There has been a bit on the windfall tax.
The other
in the last few weeks.
The problem with it is a windfall tax is basically a sort of stopgap. It's a short-term solution to a long-term problem. The reason why this energy crisis has happened is because we're not an energy-independent country.
Yeah,
we are basically entirely reliant upon our energy to come from foreign energy companies. If Starmer and, well, not just Starmer, but if anybody in this country was serious about dealing with energy crisis, then they would be advocating for energy independence from the rest of the world. They would be advocating for...
You want to set out a vision and say, this is how we're going to become self-sufficient and energy independent, but it will take us time to get there, obviously. And in the meantime, these are the measures we're going to bring in to make it affordable for you to heat your home.
And then you could hammer the Tories on not being fast enough on environmental policy, and then hammer them because of that. They're weak on economy and weak on defence. They haven't moved fast enough on renewable energy, so they've played straight into the Russians' hands. I don't understand why the Labour haven't turned. Environment's been a place where their policy has been strong, and they're viewed as strong by the voting public. It's probably where their policy is strongest at the moment. And they haven't used that issue to hit the Tories on economics and on defence, where they could, you know. There's lots of places where the Tories have moved away from good environmental policy. That's, you know, Swansea Lagoon, for example. You know,
I wanted that lagoon to happen, man. That would have been good.
They've taken away subsidies for solar panels. They've been slow on investment for renewable power across the grid. And
how much of this do you think is them trying to cater towards their influx of UKIP type right wing?
But that's what I think.
And politicians, because they're very skeptical about those kinds of energy measures, aren't they?
Sorry, that Labour catering to those sort of voters, or the Tories catering to those.
The Tories, because you know, if you think about Cameron wanted to be the Green Tory, didn't he? And obviously where we've eventually got to, not so much.
I mean, realistically, for Conservatives, the last few leaders they've had on environmental issues aren't that bad. Cameron was decent on environmental policy for a Conservative. You know, he's nowhere near the level of I know it's easy to always compare yourself to the Republican Party, but the Conservatives have never had climate deniers at the top of the party in the last however long. Boris is actually quite good on wind power, and I think that's mainly due to his wife, but he has some decent ideas on wind power. But they still haven't. If Labour were in government, they would have moved faster, and I think that's the point they could have made. You know, there's been loads of stuff come out recently on why we shouldn't be moving towards net zero because it will cost too much. And I was thinking that's the opposite lesson to learn here. If we don't move towards net zero, we'll be imprisoned by Russian gas and Saudi oil for decades to come, and we'll watch the bloody world go to shit. You know,
that's the new debate. That's the new debate right now, isn't it? Just
you're right on net zero, but God Almighty, the reason why I dread hearing net zero now is because it's this new thing that these fucking right-wing culture war idiots have now turned into their new pet issue, where they get all their idiots riled up and are like, "Oh, fucking net zero will take money out your pocket," and it's just, oh my God.
Well, here we go. There's one on the chat. It's a bad move and unsustainable. Well, it's not unsustainable.
There you go.
Climate change is unsustainable. Wind power, solar power, those are sustainable renewable energy sources. Good for the economy as well.
But I think, all right, let me play devil's advocate in the chat here, though. Let me be the guy to say, all right, then I'll be the one against net zero here. What they will say is that some of these policies that they bring in to try and achieve this would take money out of the pockets of regular people. That's the argument that they put forwards in some cases, that if there's this push to say, oh, you've got to have have this new thing installed in your car so there's not the certain types of emissions, or you've got to have your home boiler heater changed over, or you're going to have this, that, or the other done. If it's going to end up taking money out of the pockets of people, then they will argue, oh well, what's the point of this if it's going to make people poorer?
Realistically, it's not going to make people poorer in the long term. Yeah, there are going to be costs, but there's two sides to this, right? In the long term, you're going to have to do it anyway. Climate change is coming, whether you like it or not. And these moves, electric cars will be the last ones to come in because the technology is not there. But in terms of things that normal people have to do, they have to retrofit their homes to be more energy efficient, and they have to move away from gas boilers. Now, eventually, that will make heating your home cheaper if you retrofit it right. And eventually electricity will be cheaper. So that'll be good for business and that will be good for homes. So in the long run, renewable energy will make things cheaper for consumers and for businesses. In terms of the other economic argument as well, and whether this is retrofitting, renewable power, or lots of other technological advancements, these things will provide jobs and create jobs. To retrofit housing will cost 500,000 jobs that will be created. And there are probably going to be some lost in the oil and gas industry, but it's a huge economic opportunity. And if the economic argument is what's pressing, we need to get out in front, because there are countries that get out in front and get the economic benefits, and the European countries that lag behind will have some of the costs and will have less economic benefits as well. If we get ahead of things on things like carbon-free steel and new designs for solar panels, if you become a world leader in those things, there's a huge economic opportunity for it. I mean, if you built an economy from the ground up today, you could probably make it net zero and be more economically efficient.
Yeah,
transport is probably the only place where we don't have the technology right now, and some heavy industry, and will be here within half a decade for heavy industry and transport for.
I'd also probably argue that with like electricity and renewable sources of energy jobs is that you don't have to worry about the risk of losing them, like when Thatcher took away all the coal miners' jobs and all that stuff. I
was just going to say, just as a general point on this, I don't think, and this goes to people in the chat who may be against it as well, I don't think there's anything wrong with net zero simply as a goal or a statement or a political objective. There's nothing inherently bad about that. It's just the means by which you get to it. It's the way in which you go about it. And if it's the case where we're saying, okay, there's a lot we can do about retrofitting and energy now, maybe the technology for the better, cleaner cars doesn't come along until later. We do what we can do now, and we do what we can do later. But the point is that all the way along the way, if it is likely to take money out of people's pockets, you need to have some degree of a good subsidy or something like, or grant or something like that. Blue Guy in the chat suggested that from the government to shield and cushion people from that, because otherwise, like Ben Point Cucumber Snatch is saying, feeling that people driving cars will be punished just to please politicians in Islington or whatever, So I think in a sense maybe that argument needs to be explained to people. It's not about just pushing net zero on people and going, look, you must do it, global warming, blah blah blah. Explain the means by which to get there and make sure it's not going to impact people too negatively on the way.
Yeah, I think people are concerned about the end cost in terms of what will hurt them, but realistically, it won't. In the long run, it will be cheaper to decarbonize right now. And let's take this right now as an example, right? Gas prices are high because we have not moved towards renewable sources fast enough. We would not be in this cost of living crisis if Europe had moved faster towards renewable power and away from gas. And if you think this is going to be the last crisis of a skyrocketing oil and gas prices in our lifetime, well, that's nonsense, right? So you're talking about foreseen price increases for net zero. And they do exist, right? There are, for example, if you want to retrofit your house today to have an air source heat pump, it's going to cost you a bit of money. It's going to cost you more than the gas boiler, which is why people don't do it. But eventually, we're going to have heat pumps in the end, and they will be cheaper than gas boilers eventually. But that's a foreseen cost. What you're forgetting is the unforeseen costs of staying as we are can be just as drastic. Right now, gas bills have gone up. What the average person's seen their bill rise? What, 100, 200 pounds? These are huge costs that because we haven't moved towards net zero, because we haven't decarbonized fast enough, we are having problems with price of living. And maybe there will be challenges in price of living when we move decarbonize, but they can be softened and eventually things will become cheaper because that's what, you have enough. I mean, that's one of the critiques against renewable energy, right? One of the critiques against renewable energy is electricity will become way too cheap, so it won't be profitable anymore, which is a proper capitalist problem.
So you wouldn't really want energy to be like you would want energy to be cheap because there's so many people out in the world. You need it's become such a natural part of for humans to survive and stuff.
I mean, the other fundamental problem with it is because there's so many countries, especially European countries, us included, so heavily dependent on gas and oil for energy and other things. Problem with that is it all comes from countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia. Like the European Union, despite all the sanctions it's put on Russia, has given Russia more money through natural resource trade than it's given to Ukraine in aid. And the reason it's done that is because Europeans decided in their infinite wisdom to basically make themselves completely energy dependent on Russia. And now they can't untangle themselves from it because you've got countries like Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Germany, and Bulgaria that are basically entirely dependent for their gas grid and oil grid to come from Russian gas and oil. So if you were energy independent, you could end that conflict fairly quickly by destroying Russia's cash cow. It's like energy independence. Because we're in a second Cold War, energy independence is going to be absolutely vital moving forward for countries in Europe in particular. You cannot be dependent for your energy, and even things like food, for example, from any country, you have to be completely self-sufficient in that as part of this new Cold War that's happened.
So in other words, the sooner we can get, more pro-environmental sources of energy to wider Europe, the quicker we can try and end the war in Ukraine and all that stuff.
But the problem is you've also got the political aspect of it, which makes it difficult. Countries like Germany, for example, where the Greens are in charge. The Greens, because of fucking idiocy that happened in the 80s with Chernobyl, and that moment for anti-nuclear support for the Green movement, are staunchly opposed to building any kind of new nuclear power plants in Germany. And
or worse.
Yeah.
They like decommissioning them. They did that in France.
Yes.
Can I just apart from choke and die, can I just reply briefly to Ben My Dick Cucumber Snatch in the chat, and then I'll chuck it back over to you. I've got to say that with a straight face. But throughout this discussion, they've been chipping in with views on sort of movement towards electric cars and other things like that. And from their view, they've got a sense of feeling that car drivers are either viewed as being evil, or at least that they don't want to be penalised for or financially penalised for owning a car, and just things along those kinds of lines. And But one of the most recent comments was interesting. To be honest, my view of this might be tainted because of groups like Insulate Britain and Extinction Rebellion. They are a liability to the green cause. I just want to say this much to you, that I think the way in which these arguments are presented to people is really, really important in how people are going to end up receiving them, and whether they'll be on board with the changes that need to be made. Like there's stuff along here where Cucumber Snatch has been saying about the electric cars, for example. The power grid literally could not support every car on the road being electric. Also, a lot of the charging points don't come from renewable sources. Now, both of those things are correct, but obviously, I think one of you just said, but not yet. But that's the thing, isn't it? That's not the case at the moment. But the idea is eventually you want to move what the energy grid is based off of, you would ultimately make the country have capacity for the electric cars or the hydro cars or what. I'll stick with electric cars, but the point is, yes, it's not as if you could do that overnight. You wouldn't be able to. It would have to be phased in over many years, and you would have to have supply meeting demand at every step along that way. But if the way that the arguments have been presented to Ben, my dick, or other people, which is to say that you must go net zero, you must go net zero now. If you don't, you're killing the planet. Fucking get it done. Then that straight away is going to get backs up and is going to create a bit of instinctive opposition to it. So I certainly think that for some people out there, probably broadly, whether it's people on the right or not, I don't know. It's worthwhile drilling down into why it is people have opposition to the so-called net zero, whether it's down to some kind of an anti-climate change view, in which case not much can really be done about that. But if it's just a matter of whether they agree with the means of going about it or how those ideas have been communicated already, then that's actually places where progress can be made. So I would just say to Ben Muddick, I agree with you on things like Insulate Britain, Extinction Rebellion. I don't think we'll have much difference on that. But I think with other things, just to some of the things being proposed to try and move us towards a more sustainable or green future, sort of poo-pooing them to say, oh, well, it can't be done now. That's not to say it won't actually be useful to work on doing them and get them done in the future. So maybe there's that. Liberals are most recently that just said 2050 is a reality target for net zero. 2030, no way.
Probably not.
But here's the thing. I think, okay, net zero 2030. That's the time we've got to do it by. If we don't do it by then the world will heat up that extra degree and we'll be past the point of no return and we'll be fucked and whatever. Realistically, though, we may get it done by that deadline. We may not get it done by that deadline. It may take significantly longer. I think the point behind setting a deadline so soon is to try and aim high, isn't it? To sort of say, this is a big serious thing. Yeah. It's to aim high. It's to kind of go, we want to get it done as quickly as possible.
I'd argue 2050 is not high.
No, sorry. I'm saying 2030 is high.
Yeah. Okay, that makes
2050. Yeah. But I think to a degree that's the idea behind it, to try and get it, have a sense of urgency to it, to set the targets as soon as possible. And you know what these things are like. It always goes on too long. It won't be done in time for the 2030 target. It will take significantly longer, but at least you're starting off with that goal of urgency, And I'll just read this very quickly, and then I'm going to pop out for a smoke. But Ben Mydeka said, "Respect to you, Swiss. You understand people's concerns and don't talk down to people who aren't on board with it." And that is exactly at the core of just what I was trying to do there, and that's why I took over and stole the show for a few minutes, because I do think it's a really useful discussion we're having here, but trying to frame it in a way that will appeal to people who don't necessarily agree with us is probably the best use of our time here, really, because preaching to the converted is one thing. But anyhow, right, I'm going to nip out for smoke. Carry on.
Okay, what was I going to try and say?
The other thing I'd say just quickly for local results, all the Welsh ones have declared. Vale of Glamorgan was the last one. It's still no overall control, no change on who owns it.
Okay.
Labour.
What was Labour's total seat gain in Wales then?
Oh, right. In that case, I should look. Oh, Labour's total seat gain in Wales was 67 seats.
So about half what they got. They lost in 2017. So, mixed.
I'd say it's progress at least. But
for Vale of Glamorgan, Labour had a net gain of 10, Tories minus 14, Plaid plus 3, and an independent gained. That was what happened in Vale of Glamorgan. Overall result for it was plus 67 for Labour, plus 6 independent, minus 6 Plaid Cymru, minus 86 Tory, plus 11 Lib Dems.
So anyway, I just want, in regards to Extinction Rebellion and whatever radical green environment group, are those groups really still any at all relevant now? Because I feel like
Just Stop Oil are quite annoying at the moment.
I mean,
Just Stop Oil is another one that's popped up. I mean, if I'm going to sound a bit conspiratorial here, but fuck it. I honestly think most of these groups are psyops. Like, I genuinely believe that. Like,
Well,
what?
There was a big thing in the, especially in the late 90s. Fossil fuel groups used to fuel green groups to make them cut to protest against nuclear. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of their money comes from less than virtuous sources.
I mean, to me, because these groups are so utterly absurd in the way that they conduct themselves, the demands that they put forward, that I'm just convinced they're psyops. Like, they do every single thing in their possibility to alienate everyone who is not a member of the converted. There's just
Yeah,
no.
but that's how
It's
this
like,
is how the far left thinks.
but I'm just
Well,
wondering, are they even being paid that much attention to besides those who are like the anti-woke culture war stuff? Because I honestly think like most people have lost interest in them at this point.
I mean, I
And-
don't think many people. I think people get annoyed with them when they stop motorways. I think Extinction Rebellion, when they first got going, right, their goal, a bit like the anti-Vietnam War protesters in the States. To begin with, you stage stunts and you're colourful and interesting, so cameras come and you get press, right? And to be honest, since they've started protesting, the importance that voters place on climate has increased. So they've done well to put that into the national psyche. But once you've staged your stunts, then you have to change your tactics to become more serious and more open. And they haven't done that. And I mean, like this guy's putting a chat about people boarding an electric train. It was like, that's, yeah, a perfect poster against them, really. I mean, they often what the recent story I heard about them was they glued themselves to seats in Barclays boardroom, which was an interesting one because obviously they view banks and other lending institutions as powering carbon emissions through investments. And to be honest, I mean, I work in finance and I'm yet to see a viable consumer financial tool to really reduce emissions beyond directly investing in companies that are producing either renewable energy themselves or technology to reduce emissions indirectly. Like Barclays tomorrow couldn't change their lending strategy to dramatically reduce emissions. I'm not sure. Like there'd be better placed lobbying government policy. You could bring in things like carbon trading, carbon tax, and other policies that would be much more effective than targeting banks, especially in the way that they're going about it.
Okay. Adam.
I mean, we had local government elections now. To link it back into environment, there's certain things that I'm seeing councils do that's quite impressive, and I'm hoping more and more Labour councils will do this, and actually some Tory councils have done it as well.
Yeah, many Labour councillors are very passionate about trying to do as much pro-environment stuff as they can.
I mean, the thing is, the policy I want to talk about is sort of win-win, right? So and Islington are the most recent to do this, but before that, West Berkshire did and others did this. You produce a bond, right, that you issue to let's say it's £1 million. You get investors from your region, and then you use it to finance green investments. And this way, you're having the council, who, let's face it, councils don't have any money anymore, aren't putting down any money. Consumers are getting a small return, and in return, councils are getting a more efficient, usually energy system. So it reduces their expenditure long term, and they're saving renewables. That's a policy, especially at local government, that could make a big difference. And that's where I think you can twin investment and government quite neatly together. And you just had locals. I would love to see certain groups lobbying for that sort of policy, but there won't be, because that's not what these groups do.
Apparently Liberals are saying, just for record, I want to say I consider Farage's net zero referendum is a pony idea. One problem is you're not allowed to be in the middle of the climate debate, either called a denier or a truther.
What is the middle of the climate debate? I'm not quite entirely sure on.
I have
Riddle
no
the climate debate. I believe global warming is a thing, but I don't want to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's enlightened centrism. Is that what that's called?
In that case, it would be a tree denier. That would be the middle ground.
I'm not entirely sure that's a positive thing, but
Cost saving using electric cars.
But anyway, I would probably say this. I feel like the whole push for Arge with this whole referendum, I'm not sure if... I saw a video from TVR News about it and all that stuff. And they said the likely of a referendum on net zero is extremely highly unlikely, at least compared to like the EU referendum, because the EU referendum was more on the stuff that's constitutional. Net zero thing's more of a domestic policy, if you will, and that's more of like
it's worth noting that the government stood on a platform of net zero at the 2019 general election.
Yeah.
By the way,
people voted to go for net zero, and also even if they didn't vote for go for net zero, it would be like having a vote on whether the tide should come in. Like it's climate change doesn't change on how on a vote, right? We have to do something or have impact. And so in both ways, a referendum on net zero is completely invalid because we had an election and people voted for it, and it doesn't. Even if they didn't, there's going to have to be action to drive our emissions down. And that's a good point in the chat there, that referendums shouldn't really be part of our constitution. And I'm generally not a fan of them in principle in the UK setup.
I like my referendums personally, but
I'd probably say the only thing that you could argue for like a referendum next for the UK, if you do one, is possibly a constitution of like our electoral system, because that would have a major impact on how the country is run and all that stuff.
With referendums, it depends upon the issue. Like there's some referendums that I think should just not be held whatsoever because it's absurd.
Like a referendum on the death penalty or something.
Well, yeah, something like that, or any sort of issue regarding social issues, for example. Like if there was a referendum, for example, held in like 1956 on the abolition of segregation, like if the US Congress in 1956 put a referendum to the US population to end segregation, they'd call it a ballot initiative, but still, I'd guarantee you about 70% of people would vote in favour of keeping segregation in place.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of stuff just should not be put to a referendum. Like basic human rights should never be put to referenda. It's why when it comes to gay marriage, for example, like there's been loads of referendums in various parts of the world regarding gay marriage, and I've always been critical of every single one of these referendums because my criticism has always been the same. Why should human rights be put to a public vote?
It's usually the other way, though, isn't it, on gay marriage? It's usually there's a conservative political class holding back that change, and a referendum is used as a tool to overcome that. That's generally what I see.
But the problem with it is it's not always the case, and you can also, through mindless propaganda and populist, meaningless rhetoric, turn people to the other side very, very easily.
I mean, do you know of an example where gay marriage has become illegal through a referendum, or abortion, perhaps, or another issue like that? I can't think of an example.
Abortion, there's many southern states that have had ballot initiatives which have voted down abortion being legalised. But for gay marriage,
Roe versus Wade will stop that, but maybe not anymore.
What?
Roe v. I mean, you think the courts would strike those down, and historically have done, but maybe not for much longer.
Well, yeah, historically they have done, and the way it's typically gone with the abortion ballot initiatives is the Conservatives, the Republicans will put a ballot initiative down on abortion, knowing full well that the ultra-conservative state that they are in will vote in favour of banning abortion. It will go to court, it will be voted down. It's that sort of stuff that happens in the US. For gay marriage, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but I know in one of the Caribbean islands, there was a ballot initiative that took place regarding gay marriage, and it was rejected by the public. And there's some countries in the world where if you had a referendum on gay marriage, I just know straight away that it would instantly be a failure. Like if you had a referendum on gay marriage in Russia or Iran or Saudi
Yeah, sure.
Arabia, it would instantly fail, no doubt about it.
Or whatever
whatsoever.
country it was where the interviewer said, "Why are you gay?"
I think it was one of the African countries.
Um,
Or,
there's an
Nigeria.
interesting.
There's been quite a
That's
few
another one
actually.
as well.
I was just going to say there's interesting arguments here in the chat just about our democracy, constitution, and referendum. I just want to read a few of them here. Blue Guy says, "I like referendums too." Ben Cucumber Snatch says, "The people are sovereign." No, sorry, the people are not sovereign. Parliament is. Blue Guy also says, and that is the problem with the British Constitution. I'd also support a codified constitution. Ben Muddick says, absolute democracy is not a good move. Psycho Ben says, Parliament should work for us and not the other way around. I think, I mean, I don't know whether it's going to be a circular argument or not to say in reply to the people are not sovereign parliaments is to then say, yes, but Parliament is supposed to get its legitimacy from the people, surely. I know on the face of it, it's the Queen as the monarch and the Parliament is carrying out her duty. On paper, that's what it is. That's what we've arrived at historically. But where we are in the present day, realistically, it's a constitutional monarchy, but the monarch is effectively a figurehead in all meaningful ways. So it all the whole argument that Parliament does get its legitimacy from the people, at least.
I mean, the thing about the whole people of sovereign parliaments, I've always found this to be a very bizarre argument because it's like, in a democracy, I'll get onto the dictatorship bit later, but in a democracy, the legislative assembly of a democracy will always draw its legitimacy from the people through elections. So it's just a really weird argument to make, like the people are sovereign, not Parliament. It's like, well, if the people are sovereign and they vote for the Parliament, then surely the Parliament is sovereign.
Well, no, I think no, yeah, I see what you're saying there. But I think I mean, if I was going to suggest my view on it, and I'm completely open to disagreements here, I'm happy enough with a representative democracy. I wouldn't want a direct democracy where every single issue is voted on via referendum or random members of the public are called up to run the country. I think there are a number of reasons why that wouldn't work so well. But I don't see too. But I don't see too. Yeah. Not full Switzerland, but I don't see too much of an issue with certain big issues every now and then, whether it's deciding the direction of the country. Are we in or out of the EU? Does Scotland stay in or out of the UK? Do we change our voting system? Stuff like that. I think those kinds of things, I don't see a problem with putting it to the people every now and then. But I'm happy to hear why, if anyone thinks that isn't a good idea.
I mean, I think I'm not against referendums in total, but I think the EU one displayed issues that our constitutional system has with it. That you had the referendum and it went for leave, and then it was Parliament had big issues with it because of various issues. I think that was with leave in a sense. We
had the unfortunate situation of a decision in a referendum, but the bulk of our elected representatives were not actually in their heart of hearts in favour of implementing that decision. And even people who were didn't have a very good plan for it. So that was
one of my uncles, I think, ended up saying that if the members of the Parliament were so against doing leaving the European Union, they should never put it to the public and just vote in Parliament on it and all that stuff. But since they did, they have no choice but to follow through with it. I think it's one of the reasons why he's against Keir Starmer's leader is because he tried to literally overturn a democratic mandate.
I mean, I don't think Cameron ever wanted a referendum. I think he wanted it. He wanted the referendum to get UKIP voters, and then I think in his head he wanted the Liberal Democrats to be in government with him. So then he could just say, "Oh, we're not doing that because the Liberals said we couldn't," and then carry on. Because
that would have made for an easier life for him.
Too much that
and because his heart wasn't in it, I imagine if there'd been a Leave PM, even if he wasn't elected on a Leave constituency, I like to believe there would have been someone who would have had a vision, a proper vision that they could write down, that their vision for a post-EU referendum. But Cameron had so little vision for that he resigned the next day. And I think that caused a big issue, is that they were basically left with about 8 different ideas about what we could do after we left the EU and how we should structure our trade relationships and our political structure post-EU.
It's amazing in a way to look back on it and actually think that we had a national referendum on an issue as big as do we stay in or leave the EU, and then the next day the Prime Minister resigned, leaving a power vacuum at the top and people scrambling to try and figure out what the hell they do. Boris, who was Mr. Brexit within the Tories, got torpedoed by Gove along the way, so it was never going to be him from the off, and it ended up being May, who was a Brexit convert. Just the whole thing is ludicrous to look back on and think that was that was what we did for about 3-4 years.
I think the reason for it is because you sort of have to go back to how it all started in the first place. Like, Cameron promised a referendum on EU membership. He never intended to deliver upon it in his heart of hearts. What he was hoping for is he believed basically what all the polls showed. All of the polls showed a hung parliament with the Tories as the largest party. And so he believed that he would go back into Downing Street with another coalition with the Liberal Democrats. He would blame the Liberal Democrats for not being able to do the EU referendum and would just kick it down the road. That was his plan. The plan went to shit when he won a majority, largely off of the promise of said EU referendum. And so he basically had the sort of mentality of, well, I have to do this because if I don't, my party's going to get wrecked the next election. So he did. He carried it out. He got into the trenches of the debate because he was firmly on the Remain side and heavily campaigned in favour of the Remain side, as did a lot of his close associates like George Osborne. Lost, and as a result, him resigning was an inevitability because his heart was never in it. He had proven through his campaigning in the EU referendum that he could not realistically ever be trusted to deliver upon Brexit. I mean, think of it this way. Let's say you have a company meeting with the board of directors and you have a debate and a discussion and maybe even a vote as to what direction the company takes, and you're the CEO of the company, and you firmly believe in your heart of hearts that the decision that the board of directors has come to is the wrong decision. You don't stay on as the head of the company at that stage, you leave. And it was the same mentality for David Cameron. He wasn't going to stay on to carry through a decision which he believed in his heart of hearts was the wrong decision to make and was going to hurt Britain. And that's why he resigned.
And I guess in a way, considering he campaigned for Remain and spent such a long time telling everyone how awful it would be to leave and how great it would be to stay, it would have completely sapped his sort of political authority, wouldn't it? Then to try and push forwards and say, oh, well, we're leaving now, guys. So although I spent the last few months telling you leaving would be an awful thing, I'm now going to guide us through the process of leaving. There was a comment in the chat that just, you shouldn't call a referendum if you don't support the option that changes the status quo. Yeah, that makes enough sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense.
But Cameron wanted the UKIP vote. I mean, that is the reason.
Yeah, he did it for political reasons, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't. Yeah. It wasn't for the good of it. He didn't believe that. He didn't believe in the good of offering it. He just did it so he could win the election.
Now, part of me wonders if perhaps if he took a long thought and all that stuff, it's like, okay, let's see, I could do a referendum, but currently Labour's got Jeremy Corbyn in, and if I can portray him as a crazy loony lefty, I can try and change the narrative like it's either me or this loony lefty kind of thing. And that might have done him favors in the next election afterwards. You know, back when it was 2020. Since
because he still would have had to carry out the referendum because it was a core manifesto pledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the fundamental issue. The reason he put it forward was because he wanted to get the UKIP vote. He didn't want the Tory party vote to be split amongst kippers.
Okay.
So I think then perhaps we can maybe agree on that it's not necessarily having referendums on big issues that are an inherently bad thing, but certainly what leads into them, why you're having them, and the level of preparedness for a result is pretty fucking important, you know? So like maybe the country feels a little bit burnt by the Brexit referendum, or at least half of the country does. But you know, I don't think that's to say referendums themselves are bad. It's just, you know, you need to have a fucking clue what you're doing if you're going to call them.
Well, Labour better prepare themselves for when they have to agree to a Scottish Indie referendum when they have to get back into government.
Is that you, Linton Crosby? So nice to see you again.
But
I mean, but no, I mean the I think the EU referendum has soured general public opinion amongst referendums within this country, even with people who voted to leave, because even people who voted to leave that I personally know say, yeah, I'm glad we left, but the referendum was a mistake because it rips the country apart for a good 5 years. And it was just unnecessary division and political chaos that we didn't need. That's the sort of general mentality I get from most people, even on both sides of the debate, that, yeah, what's done is done, and if you're a leaver, you're happy, and if you're a Remainer, you're not. But everybody agrees that the referendum just caused years and years of unnecessary political instability, chaos, and it just wasn't needed.
I think it was the framing as well. I think the framing of the idea that the Remain side were, you know, out of touch elites who had no loyalty to this country and wanted to be ruled by a faraway land, and the Leavers being easily led, knuckle-dragging racists who want to return to the 1950s. You know, like those two narratives that were constructed about the other side. And unfortunately, in trying to rally support to your side or to your base or to an election or what have you, it made good sense to characterize the other side as that. But the problem was that, you know, whether you vote Remain or Leave, there are millions of real people out there in the country who suddenly went, well, I don't like being defined in such a way, you know?
So I would probably say that in many ways the EU referendum made us closest to what it usually goes on in the US and all that stuff. But I do wonder that with what Tom said is that when the issue of PR becomes comes in like a subject to be happening in like, let's see, the UK again, and particularly if like say the Labour's team up with like the Lib Dems in Scotland. Will they just put a vote to it in Parliament, or do you think they will do a referendum on it?
Depends on the deal. If, let's say, Labour switched to being for PR and then got into government with the Libs, they just enact it. Okay. Let's say Labour ran without mentioning electoral reform. They didn't run on PR. And they were opposed to PR. I think the Liberal Democrats would insist on another vote on it.
Okay.
I think regardless, I think it would go to a referendum, and the reason why is because Labour is split on a referendum on PR, because you've got the basically careerists who worry that the party will basically completely fracture after PR's passed, and then you've got the old left people that hate PR because of the conservative nature of a lot of their views. Not conservative as in like what we think like Tory, but conservative as in do not want anything to change sort of mentality.
And also
then
there's
you've
a
got the trade unions who don't want PR because it will weaken their influence over the Labour Party. So I think a referendum on it would be inevitable because the party is just completely split down the middle, and I don't think it would be agreed upon unanimously at conference. So yeah, I do think that if it came down to a PR referendum would be inevitable under Labour.
Okay, fair enough. So anyway, getting back to Labour, which was something with Keir Starmer earlier that I wanted to bring up, that I think was mentioned in the bullet chat a bit, is that Keir Starmer for locals apparently, as you know, Beergate was becoming a bit of a thing towards the end about, and you know, trying to discredit Starmer. But apparently, there's now talks about him being fined, and if he does, he should resign and all that stuff. And I'm just let's see, and there's talks about if he does, there's talks about West Streeting replacing Keir Starmer for Labour leader. So I'm just wondering, Do you think he's going to get Starmer's going to get fined? And if he does, do you think he will resign? And if he does, who do you think who would replace him as leader? 3 questions.
Oh, there's a lot to chew into there.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first then?
He won't get. I don't think he. I have not seen the picture. I have not seen the story. I have seen various Daily Mail headlines from this week trying to drum up. I guess you might say trying to throw shit at the wall and hope one of them gets it right. So I haven't seen that. So I don't know if he's going to resign or not. There were some very naive, in my opinion, Blairite Labour people that I know saying it can't end well for the Tories because either he's found guilty and he resigns and he makes Boris look bad that way, or he's found innocent and then it looks bad for the Tories that way. But I'm not sure if he is found guilty. Starmer just resigns. I don't think people give up political power just like that. But so I think I'd lean towards perhaps him not being found guilty, and perhaps I don't know if he would resign or not. To be honest,
I think the tricky position he's in now, in a way, is that because he's spent so long calling on Boris to resign because of it, and he's called on him to resign at various junctures. Oh, he's being investigated by the police. Oh, he's been fined. Blah blah blah. Sue Gray. That if he were to be investigated and found that this gathering was against whatever the rules were at the time, and he then gets fined, if he doesn't then stand down, he will be branded an absolute hypocrite because he will not do the thing that he demanded of Boris to do. So that's why this is so dangerous in a way. I'll just say quickly on the nature of the thing itself. When I first heard about this thing, I was like, oh right, okay, let's, what is it exactly? And then soon after I kind of got vibes of the idea that, this may be Tories and right wingers trying to deflect attention off of Partygate onto something else, throw a bit of mud the other way. Partly as well. Partly as well because apparently the police force had already investigated it or deemed that there wasn't anything worthwhile there, So I thought, okay, so that was my view of the thing. Now the fact that it's now been reopened and they're investigating it again, that will be for one of two reasons. It's either because they genuinely have found some new form of evidence relating to the event that changes things, or it's just they've had such political pressure heaped on them that they feel that they've got to. I don't know. But it's tricky because I think that this took place, it wasn't during a national lockdown. I think it was during a time where there were tiered rules about gatherings and workplace gatherings and whatnot. So it wasn't the full lockdown that some of these Downing Street things have been in, but there were still sets of rules that applied. And I think it pertains to whether or not it was just a workplace gathering after a day of campaigning or whatever, they had some curry, they had some drinks, or whether that crosses the threshold to say no, because of the amount of food and the drinks, it's crossed that threshold to say, it was more of a party than it was a workplace meal.
I mean,
and therefore we're putting it in the Partygate camp.
It's not the same as Boris's party, though, is it?
No, it's not. But I suppose that's the problem, that with Partygate, because it blew up to such an enormous scale, you've got certain incidents where you can very clearly say, yes, that was a party that took place at Downing Street. And then there's other stuff that's a little bit more ambiguous, like, I don't know, Boris getting his birthday cake or whatever. But the problem is, if it's being pushed on that to say, yeah, we're going after them for all of it, then if Starmer ends up with one that also appears in a bit of a grey, foggy area, it's then very hard for him to defend against that as well.
In terms of replacements, may I say there is absolutely nobody in the Labour Party who is any good at politics or generally being decent.
I hear a lot about Mr. Downing Streeting.
Oh God, he's awful. West Streeting is a true ghoul. He really is a ghoul. I hope
he is. This is the thing. On a personal level, I don't like him very much. I think he's a bit of a cock, but also he's quite an effective communicator.
Oh, you think? Oh, I find him smug.
I'll probably mention this, but I've actually met West Streeting.
Oh God!
And what was your takeaway?
Well,
Stephen's comment about Des basically sort of sums up my view of it is like, if the Labour membership vote for Wes Streeting to be leader, then they should be genocided.
It's strong. Can I say
It's strong. It is very strong. But to be fair, he hates Wes Streeting, and to be fair, he's not wrong in that hatred of him, because that cunt is absolutely smug as fuck. And I just despise him, as well as having shit politics as well.
Well, unfortunately, despite the fact I probably met him, I'm not allowed to trash talk him like you lot, because he seems to have a good relationship with some of the local members. Let's see, of my
is he your MP?
No, he's not my MP. No,
Oh,
of course
okay.
not. He came to like sort of regional conference and all that stuff. And I met him there and all that stuff, and I was introduced to him by some of my Labour councillors that were talking, and talked about how mentioned to him how dedicated it was to canvassing and all that stuff. So he even asked one of my questions about, let's see, I think split of the vote and all that stuff, and I even got a selfie for him. So I feel like, just for the sake of like, in case he ever sees the stream and then gets angry at the council and all that stuff, so I cannot, badmouth him.
Do you think
Is he a
maybe the
regular
next?
Do you think he's a regular viewer of this stream, Wes Streeting?
No, I doubt he is, but
Well,
I'd rather get in trouble and all that stuff.
Long-time friend of the show.
We have Hollywood star Paul Rudd in the chat from time to time, so you never know. Do you think maybe then possibly that the next Labour leader might not even be someone who's on our radar yet?
Yeah, I think it'll be I agree. I think it could be some complete nobody who comes out.
It could well be, right, that we end up, whenever the next Starmer reshuffle comes along, you get some MP who's only been part of the 2019 or 2017 intake, fairly recent, and they get put in a junior role, and then you start to see them do their thing. And it could well be there's talent in the Labour Party that just hasn't made itself known yet. We sort of,
To be fair, Corbyn was an unknown factor, and then he managed to make the word austerity such a dirty word that the Tories refused to say the word anymore.
And then if you think the big candidates from 2019 both got into Parliament in 2015, Long Bailey and Starmer were both elected in 2015. So because of Blair and his legacy in the Labour Party, we almost have like a generation of MPs that we're missing. There really aren't that many MPs that have come from who were junior ministers in the last government, if you like, because they've become so toxic that thing. There's a few mentions in the chat. Can I say Clive Lewis will never win? He has too many skeletons in his closet. He will, if he gets anywhere near the leadership, they will come out like that, and he will have to go. And I can't say anymore.
Yeah, this is the issue that we have in this country at the moment, is that our political class is just
no, not views. Things that won't stand up in the Me Too era.
You're on about the Me Too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, but as I said, our political class at the moment is totally devoid of any and all talent at all. I just don't see anybody in that parliament who I think, yes, this is a leader, this is a prime minister. No, I don't see anybody who's like that at all. I just don't.
But here's the question: to play devil's advocate slightly, ever so slightly, we say this of Labour and we say it of the Tories. We struggle to think of who'd succeed Keir. We struggle to think of who'd succeed Boris, and it's there's got to be at least a few decent-ish people out of 600 odd fucking politicians. I just think that we're not seeing the right ones. Skywalker7 says you're dreaming there, Swiss. But I would like to think that of all of those politicians, there must be at least a few with a little bit of spark and integrity and some ideas, and we just haven't had access to them yet.
So would you say, the long-term damage of Thatcher and Blair's that they made their parties so terrible as a result of their such a long grip on them?
I don't know if that's the prism that I'm viewing it through, especially, but I mean, we'll think of it this way: the Boris. Who does Boris have around him at the moment? People loyal to Boris, people who voted Leave. He's not He doesn't have his cabinet ministers based on merit, does he? You've
No.
got fucking Nadine Dorris in there. Come on now, it's not based on who's good at the job. It's
That's because
based
he's
on
not
who.
strong.
Yeah, who
I
will
think
do the
strong
job for
leaders
Boris?
Stronger leaders have, weak leaders have their allies around them. Strong leaders have diverse cabinets and generally more talent.
Anyway,
and I think we saw a similar thing with Corbyn as well. We had a mix with Corbyn. There were different cabinets, but you had John McDonnell, you had Diane Abbott. He kept his nearest and dearest very close as well. So I think that's perhaps an issue we've got with Labour and Tories.
Corbyn's first cabinet did have a mix of people that were, let's see, from other factions, and then they all turned against him.
Yes. In fairness, the first cabinet did have that until they tried to bloody oust him.
Yeah. Let's see. So he did try to make it work until then it's like, okay, I have no choice but to rely on my allies. But yeah.
In terms of who I think could run from Labour, I mean Angela Rayner, but I don't think she's really.
Yeah.
I don't think she'll win. She wouldn't win a general. I don't think she's the person.
can see what people. I mean, I can see what people would say. So they'd be like, "Oh, fucking chav," and that's done.
I think West Streeting's been mentioned. I think Lisa Nandy might have another run, perhaps. Rosetta Allen Khan, she ran for deputy, and I think she might have a decent chance actually.
You still have people bring up Yvette Cooper.
She'd probably lose her seat, to be honest with you.
But in terms of strong cabinet,
what about Diane Abbott?
No, I don't think she will.
How about we get David Miliband on a boat and bring him back over? Yeah.
I think in terms of strong cabinet, I said probably the last true strong cabinet Labour had was probably Howard Wilson's, given the fact that he seemed to have both factions on the left and right of Labour actually working together.
I mean, let's just bring Gordon back. What could go wrong there?
I'm not. This is the thing in a way, right? That even people in prime minister, but just leaders of the opposition, like Ed Miliband or whatever. I think because they're there in that role, and obviously they don't succeed, but then because they're in a high-profile role, you always think of them somewhat high-profile forever after. They then come into their own a little bit, and they're more comfortable in their own skin, and they're more willing to, they seem more statesmanly almost as a result of the fact of what position they held. I'm thinking like William Hague is probably a very good example. When he was leader of the Tories, it was a fucking joke, but actually he grew in stature over the years since.
Let's see. Well, in many ways, it doesn't probably help that. Let's see. Ever since, I guess you could say, the Thatcher years, let's see, after a leader has been defeated in an election, or at least they've lost, if they haven't, with the exception of like a leader, if they were like prime minister before, but then they lose an election, or if they were opposition leader before and they lose an election and they lost badly, they won't be able to come back again. The only time when they do is like if the opposition leader or like gains a certain amount of seats, like Neil Kinnock did in 1987 and Corbyn did in 2017. Ironically enough,
there's someone mentioned Ian Lavery, and I think he could be actually a good pick, but he won't run. So that's a shame.
So like once you lose and you lose badly, you can't stay on. It's not like with Edward. I think it was Ted Heath or Edward. Howard Wilson's Tory rival.
Yeah, Ted Heath. Yeah.
Ted Heath. I mean, he was allowed to. He lost a few elections, but was able to stay on for a while. But him
and Wilson sort of jostled places.
Yeah,
because they lost after they'd been PM. The only person who is lost in opposition and then gone on to be PM is Clem Attlee.
Yes.
I'm
thinking about sort of historical pairings and flips between the two, and the only ones I can really think of is Gladstone Disraeli, Attlee Churchill, and Wilson Heath. Yeah. I think those are the only ones we've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it doesn't come along too often, does it?
Yeah,
it's quite.
In regards to be my, let's see, I'm not going to say the full thing, but yeah. He's talking about what a fatally stupid move Labour did electing Ed over David. Well, to be fair, the membership in the parliamentary did actually vote David Miliband over Ed Miliband, but the trade union vote just managed to get Ed Miliband just over the edge, just slightly. That resulted in Ed Miliband eventually changing the voting system for Labour and all that stuff. And fun enough, that ended up, let's see, doing a system that the Blairites thought would always be in their favour until Corbyn came along.
So what we're saying is that the mess that we're in right now can be traced all the way back through Starmer to Corbyn to the rule change to Miliband to the trade unions. The reason Labour is fucked is the fucking trade unions. That is what we're saying.
I mean, I think it's always easy to look back and say that person would have been better, but I'm not sure that's always the case. I mean, you could say that like Andy Burnham would have been better with Burnham in 2015, but you don't know what they're going to be like under the lights. The leader of the opposition is probably, I mean, the two most difficult jobs, I think, in this country are the leader of the opposition and the manager of Manchester United, and perhaps the England goalkeeper, right? People who look good before they take these jobs can just get destroyed, right? Like playing, you know, David Moyes, great coach, brilliant at Everton, brilliant at West Ham, goes in at Manchester United, complete laughingstock. And I think leader of the Labour Party is quite similar. David Miliband easily could have gone to bits in that job.
I think there's also to consider that.
That's the thing. Like, people seem to forget that when you get that, people get viewed with a rose-tinted view when they first go into like a high-profile job like Prime Minister, and then usually by the end of it, their image is just completely battered to pieces. Or even Corbyn, like Corbyn before he became leader of Labour was by and large viewed as a respected but naive individual, and now he's basically viewed on par with like Oliver Cromwell in terms of how despised he is.
I mean, there was once upon a time that they had Corbyn on dressed as Santa Claus on the Daily Politics, and they're like, "Oh, who's won Parliamentary Beard of the Year competition this many times? Oh, it's lovely old Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, let's have a cookie off of Jeremy Corbyn, that Jew-hating commie." Yeah, it wasn't that at the time.
Now it's changed to this. Now it's changed from that to, "Oh, if he was in charge, he'd be giving Russia weapons to fight against Western imperialism."
And I guess you could even argue Tony Blair was once Britain's golden boy before Iraq.
Yeah, he was for a while.
You know, both of them poll worse than Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, that did happen.
I think Blair's shine lasted a while. I think it was some kind of a scandal about a flat that one of his kids was in for uni or something, and whether or not there was something dodgy about the friend who'd organised it for them, or I don't know the details, but it was something along those kinds of lines. I think that was the first little scandal that came along that took the sheen off, the first little dent in the armour.
Well, I think wasn't it. Who was it? Not us. Who's no, the third? New Labour had like three big figures: Brown, Blair, and one other. I can't think.
Prescott.
That's the Campbell.
No, not Campbell. He's been hired by Starmer recently.
Peter Mandelson.
He had some scandal, didn't he? Quite early on, which people started realizing that it's similar stuff.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah. But I'd probably say with the David Miliband, even if he did become leader, I don't think he would have been able to change the whole Scottish thing. In fact, in some ways, he might have made it worse.
I think realistically, we needed Gordon a bit earlier. I think.
Or if Gordon had stayed a bit longer. Well, yeah, if Gordon had not lost 2010. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's Gordon a bit earlier, and also they should have done way better at handling how the global financial crisis was portrayed, because realistically, we were quite well prepared for the GFC, and the Tories managed to convince people that somehow American banks selling CDOs was Gordon Brown's fault, which it obviously wasn't. And we actually had a really low debt at the time.
He showed up the gold, mate.
And his policy, his one error is remembered, but his policies for helping the economy recover is actually really excellent. Gordon Brown, good economic mind.
It's quite funny in a way to think about all that austerity we had for the purpose of balancing the books, and then you look at the absolutely fucking astronomical size of the debt and the Well, no, actually, no. It's the deficit I ought to be thinking about. Where is the deficit these days? I hear very little about the deficit. Are we doing good with the deficit now?
Probably.
No, I
not.
mean not since the
No.
pandemic. I mean,
Oh well, shit.
I mean, our debt is what 60. Total deficit was 69 billion. When is this the most recent figures? Don't know. I mean, debt to GDP. When we came out of the pandemic, servicing our debt was really cheap. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So actually, between 28, yeah. So our debt to GDP ratio has been pretty stationary at 85%, and it's probably gone up since the pandemic because printing lots of money to keep people in their jobs was expensive, but it was pretty stable. What are we at now? We're now at 94%. That's the and so it's gone up 10% because of the pandemic. It's worth noting that when the global financial crash happened under Brown, our debt was 34% of GDP.
34%, was that all? Wow.
Yeah, Labour were real deficit hawks. We had the lowest debt to GDP ratio of anyone in the G7. Really low debt levels for that period in the noughties. But all the money's gone. Apparently,
yet we were convinced, or people were convinced by the line that it had all been spaffed up the wall.
Well, I mean, bailing out the banks was expensive, but we could have got our money back eventually if we'd have played our cards better.
Oh, I just had a comment here from Zardos who'd said, no mud stuck to old Tony until Iraq Swiss. I mean, Iraq was the ultimate downfall of him as a politician, wasn't it? He had a lot of durability.
Back.
Sorry?
It was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, well, because I think that was such a. I mean, blemish doesn't feel like a suitable word. The size of that thing, but it truly was it wounded him. It politically wounded him in a way that nothing else before.
But it did take
really
time.
Did.
You know, he did win an election post Iraq. You know, and did he gain seats or barely move in seats?
Oh no, they lost a fairly significant number of seats between 2001 and 2005. I think I can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest with you.
I believe they went from 400 to 360.
Thank you. Yeah.
Something 403 like to 355. I mean, you'd sort of expect that for a 5% loss in votes. But the Tories didn't do all that well.
2005 was the election where they won a majority. What was their vote share? Because it was sort of notorious for winning a majority. Yeah, a majority on a 35% vote share.
It's because the Liberal Democrats got 22%.
Oh, you can't love first past the post.
Such a bad system.
I'll do a few more comments just while I'm here. Average Joe says the thick of it was based around the new Labour. I love the thick of it. I really do. I think it's so funny. Mandy, as in Mandelson, is and always has been a slime ball, says Skyoko7. Fraser, Gordon could have been PM, but Lib Dem said no coalition unless Gordon is gone. Yes, I remember that. Yeah. There's no money left note. Blue Guy says the no money left note was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be a joke, yeah. But
it
obviously
was supposed to be a joke,
but
the far-right print media used it and said, oh, look, Labour fucking bankrupted us, typical
bankrupted us, and now we're all fucked.
Not only did they bankrupt us, but they sold the gold off, and that's unforgivable.
So, in other words, you're saying, Tom, is all our problems is pretty much the right-wing media always lying all the time.
Of course it is. They're a cancer upon British society. They just are.
A couple more here. Ben My Dick Cucumber Snatch. There was huge support from people in powerful positions and mainstream media for David Cameron to be PM leading up to 2010. He had a disgusting amount of slavish support. The Zardos says one good thing about inflation, it's good for government debt, just bad for us. Legal says New Labour so desperate at the time to shake off the old tax and spend tag, they went very deficit hawkish. Yeah. They certainly did. Liberal Zardos Labour lost seats. It was when the lies in the dodgy dossier were laid bare the real damage. Average Joe, Tony Blair's reputation has gotten worse with him being paid millions as being a Middle East peace envoy and advising dictate. Yes, I've got to be honest. I think that probably soured me on him a little bit as well, hearing that he finished being PM and now he was just going to go jet set around the world and whisper in the ear of rather nasty men and make millions and millions and millions. I don't like that in politicians.
Maybe what he can do is he can go and advise Putin on how to properly invade countries.
I'd like, yeah. You see, to invade the country, you need to have consensus. If you don't have consensus, education.
Are my three priorities for Ukraine?
Military education.
Intervention. Don't call it a war. Call it a special military operation.
He's already done that.
Well, that's because Blair's advising him.
They actually, to be fair, you say it as a joke, but the official definition of the Iraq War was special combat operations in Iraq. It wasn't called a war, it was called special combat operations, which are just identical to Putin's special military operation.
So in other words, Putin really did get the idea to invade Ukraine from Tony Blair.
The reason why they do that is because when you declare a war, it comes with a lot of implications behind it.
International implications, yeah.
Yes. But for Putin at this stage, because everybody basically sees it as a war, because, well, it is, those implications don't really matter. And for all we know, in a couple of days' time, he may actually formally declare war on Ukraine in order to boost troop numbers there.
Liberal Zardos asks, I give you the choice, Bojo or Blair?
Probably just, I'd very much reluctantly, I'd probably be sick to my stomach afterwards. I'd probably pick Blair just because I feel like domestically he'd probably be a bit more competent than Johnson.
Yeah,
I'm gonna. Oh, go on. Do you want to go first?
I'm going to be the dark horse here, and I'm going to pick Johnson. Ooh. And the reason why I pick Johnson is because this is in the circumstance that we're in now, so with everything that's going on in the world, the reason I pick Johnson is because Johnson is against any kind of direct military intervention in the Ukrainian-Russian war, particularly regarding a no-fly zone. Blair is in favour of a no-fly zone, which will start a war. Yes, he is. Which will start a war with Russia, and I do not want to go to war with Russia, so I pick Boris easily over Blair.
Oh, okay.
Here's a tricky little extra hypothetical just to deviate. What if Russia decided to invade an additional country? Moldova,
if it's France, let them have it.
What country are we talking about then?
A European country that is not a member of NATO.
So Moldova, in other words.
Yeah, say if they go for Moldova, which is like, another step along. Would that then be the point where we go, okay, I guess we need to have a hot war with the Russians now because they just won't bloody stop it? Or do we again just go, oh no, this is awful, let's send them lots of weapons and aid and just see if they can fight the Russians off? Hypothetically, and I'm speaking completely hypothetically, at what point, say if Putin were to keep going after country and country, what would be the point where we go, no, we need to do something a bit more proactive about this? Because there surely would be a point. When he attacks a NATO country.
Yeah, that would be it. For NATO, NATO will not intervene in any Russian war unless he attacks a NATO country. Simply because the thing that people have to understand is that when you go to war with Russia, you're going to war with a country that has a standing army of 1 million soldiers, thousands of tanks, thousands of planes, thousands of helicopters, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of bombs, loads of guns,
has no regard for civilian life or civilian casualties whatsoever, is willing to engage in brutal war crimes as a military doctrine, and more importantly, has 6,000 nuclear weapons, 5,000 of which are strategic nuclear weapons, which are measured in 2 to 5 megatons of destructive TNT, which, to put in perspective, is 2,000 times or 5,000 times more destructive than the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's what you have to understand when you go to war with a country like Russia. That's what you're going to war with. And you're also going to war with a country, in addition to that, that has a first strike nuclear military doctrine called escalate to de-escalate, which means use a nuclear bomb, usually a tactical nuclear bomb, on the battlefield in order to end the military conflict that you are fighting.
I mean, I laugh at it, but then again, I laugh at that. But then again, the Americans did pummel the Japanese into submission with their nukes. So
yes, and Russia would easily do the same if they felt they needed to. And that's what people have to understand, what going to war with Russia involves.
Well, you know what? You have justified why you would pick Boris over Blair pretty well. I didn't think you were going to give me a reason that I found compelling, but that's not a bad one. I think I'm reluctantly still going to go Blair, though, because I feel like either way there's going to be a man in Downing Street that I fucking despise, but at least Blair would probably run the country a little bit better. The matter of war with Russia, I don't know. Let's hope he wouldn't end up doing a no-fly zone.
Just have to hope that the people around Blair say, like, no, don't do this. We won't let you.
They'd be like, Tony, we know you like going around the world and solving everybody's problems, and you've done a great job of it so far. We're all very pleased with what you've done. But this time, we're going to sit it out, okay?
I mean, the way to beat Russia is on the battlefield anyway. They've got an economy smaller than Italy, France, UK, like fifth largest in Europe. If you're going to be, if let's say Russia do start trying to roll, I don't think they'll be able to roll over Ukraine anytime soon. If they do try and continue to roll over, the way is just to continue to ramp up sanctions, because that economy is not structurally sound. 40% of its revenue relies on gas. It will really struggle if you put your sanctions on, and that is the way to beat them realistically.
I guess as well, with all of the Western European countries taking a view now to wanting to become energy sufficient and not to be reliant on Russian imports, it's a ticking clock in a way, isn't it? It'll only be so long that will be a revenue stream for them. Well, actually, I should be fair. It's only so long that will be a revenue stream for them from us. They could well end up selling it to others who wouldn't have a problem buying it off of them. So
but then the price would be less.
Yeah,
like China, for example, which is probably what they would end up doing, because I think they'll be close to them. The way to really sort of defeat Russia is basically weaken their military to the point where they're not able to invade other countries anymore. That's the best way to deal with Russia. The economy thing doesn't really work because most of the world still trades with them regardless. So the way to effectively deal with Russia is just basically cripple and degrade its military to the point where it cannot invade other countries anymore.
That's what the US is trying to do with Ukraine, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you see Can you see that working, or do you think it's still 50-50 on that?
It really depends. It depends upon what Russia wants to do in Ukraine, what they choose to do with their military, what they accept as victory, quote unquote. It really depends on them at the end of the day. It really does depend on them.
They've secured a good portion of the eastern Ukraine. Realistically, now they could pull out and claim victory. I think that'd be a possibility.
So, out of curiosity, this is probably just going to sound.
When you say pull out, do you mean more accurately just stop advancing?
Yeah. When I mean pull out, I mean they're just going to say, right, Crimea's ours, Donbass is ours. That's all, not even ours. Those are satellite states. They won't say that. Those are states that we're going to protect against Ukraine, and they're not going to. And we're going to say, we're not going to bomb Kiev. Our troops will not violate the new border that we've just imposed. and say, "Oh, that's where we were going for." I mean, I'm not a foreign policy expert for a long way, but I thought that Russia would go piece by piece in terms of they'd send troops into Donbass and Luhansk and take that section, and if they wanted to take Ukraine, it would come a few years down the line.
I mean, you can't say that they didn't surprise everyone with it. It's just that it was unsuccessful.
Yeah,
it would have been a great surprise if they'd succeeded.
So anyway, just a bit.
They just underestimated. But to be fair, they have taken a huge chunk of Ukrainian territory. They've captured Kherson, Mariupol, most of the Luhansk Oblast, about 50% of the Donetsk Oblast, the entire coastal area of the Azov Sea. They've conquered a lot of territory, to be fair.
So
just not as much as they wanted.
So anyway, this is a bit of a sci-fi kind of like question, a bit in a sort of what if scenario, if you will. But say at some point in the future, let's see, someone was able to create technology that was able to, or some sort of weapon that could neutralize nuclear weapons before they could, have their impact and stuff. If that happens, how do you think warfare would be portrayed in the world then and all that stuff? Because there would be no longer the threat of like nuclear bombs possibly killing us all or something.
What?
I mean, I think if you design a shield, someone will design a better missile. I'm pretty sure the Americans were working on one in the 90s, weren't they?
Yeah, that tends to be the way these things sort of work. And to be fair, Russia has Russia really, their military is incredibly strange because it's uneven. There's some parts of it that are really advanced, like hypersonic missiles, strategic bombers, and all sorts of stuff like that. But then there's other parts of it that are really sort of degraded and old. Like a lot of the firearms, the small arms they use are Soviet era weaponry. Like they still use the AK-47 as their standard infantry rifle, which is really odd because it's a decades-old gun at this stage.
Can't improve on perfection.
True.
What do you guys make of this from Liberal Zardos? I hate to say it, Russia will take the East. It ends at the negotiating table one way or the other. How many people have to die before we get there? Are we really helping? Now, I'll say straight away, I've absolutely got no issue with us arming the Ukrainians to defend themselves and to chase the Russians out. But realistically, are we going to end up with an end scenario where Ukraine has retaken all of their territory, even the areas that had been disputed and occupied for a while? Or is it ultimately going to be we get a sort of stalemate with a front, with Russia in the east and Ukraine controlling the rest? And does that eventually have to end with negotiation or not?
I think it will probably be a stalemate simply because of manpower. Russia, at the end of the day, has a lot more manpower to call upon than Ukraine does. Ukraine has a manpower pool of about 20 million men. Russia, on the other hand, has a manpower pool of about 50 million men. So through sheer attrition alone, Russia can win.
Yeah, but you can't ship that many men into an offensive war. You can realistically mobilize the entire Ukrainian population to defend against Russia because it's their homes that they're defending. Can Russia realistically ship that many soldiers to an offensive war with Ukraine? I mean, I don't know Russia's population.
It would depend upon how you spun it at the end of the day. The thing that the Russians have been doing is they've been harking back to the days of World War II as part of their propaganda, portraying Ukraine as basically Nazi Germany 2.0. And that is quite an effective mobilizing tool because of the destruction that Nazi Germany brought to Russia in World War II. Now, I mean, I don't even think Ukraine could realistically mobilize that many men, and I don't think Russia could mobilize that many men either, because not every man that lives in Ukraine wants to fight to the death, despite what media reporting says. There are many men in Ukraine who are afraid of fighting and do not want to die, and have gone into hiding within the country to avoid that from happening to them. I mean, 10 million people are internally displaced within Ukraine, and many of those internally displaced are men, many of which have gone into hiding to avoid being drafted into the armed forces. Likewise, I don't think millions and millions of Russian men want to commit to fighting in Ukraine. But it just comes down to an issue of manpower at the end of the day, and I don't think Ukraine has got the manpower to completely drive Russia out. Not to mention that there are places within Ukraine that Russia controls which realistically can't be taken back. Crimea is the perfect example of this, because they could just blow up the bridge that gives access to Crimea, which straight away just cuts it off. And you can't get anything there because you need naval supremacy to do naval invasions if the bridge is gone, and Ukraine's got no navy and Russia's got a Black Sea fleet. So Crimea realistically cannot be taken back. And the pre-February 24th borders of Donbass were really heavily fortified after years of fighting. So taking those back would be very, very difficult.
So so I suppose then, returning back to what Zardos had said initially, if the end point of all this eventually ends up being a stalemate and a negotiated settlement, which does cede Crimea and the Donbass and that to Russia or the Russian sphere of influence, or whatever. What was the initial question? Is it right that we're prolonging it by sending them weapons?
Yeah, because it's going to strengthen your negotiating position. Russia will only come to the table if they think that Ukraine has a decent chance of defending the regions that it does hold. So it can only, I think Crimea is definitely under Russian control for the foreseeable future. Donbass probably as well. You can only get to the table and say, right, you can keep you can keep Crimea in exchange for reparations and leaving, let's say. You have to be in a strong negotiating position to do that, and you have to, and I think that can only be achieved by arming the Ukrainian forces.
Yeah, that makes enough sense, because I suppose the inverse is to say, okay, say we hadn't helped them and we weren't sending them any money or aid or weapons, and none of the other Western countries were either, and they were very much on their own to defend themselves against Russia. Probably
would have been crushed at this point.
Exactly, they probably would have been crushed. Kiev would have been occupied. Zelensky would probably be dead. Maybe they'd install some kind of a puppet government or something. So that would not be a good outcome for them either. Would there be less people dead? Yeah, there probably would. But the entire integrity of Ukraine as a country would have just been gone.
Not to mention, you'd have had a democracy taken over by authoritarian government, and that would lead to wars of other democracies falling on that stuff. Or is democracy?
My issue with that was never really about democracy or whatever. The concern that I always had is that if Putin easily rolled over Ukraine with no issue at all, or at least relatively little pain, the worry I would have had is he would have gone, right, that was easy, and the West basically folded at the first opportunity. Maybe they won't actually defend Estonia with Article 5. Maybe I need a special military operation to protect the 300,000 Russians that live in Estonia. That was always my concern. That he would be emboldened to continue on expanding to take other countries if he easily rolled over Ukraine with no issue at all.
You could be argued that he was emboldened by the fact that he took Crimea in, not many days. And but it was a quick invasion, and the West did. I know we put sanctions on, but we didn't do much, did we?
Yeah, no. Because what he had was sanctions, and then his response from that was to be like, right, okay, I'm gonna, he built up the foreign currency reserves, didn't he? He was like, right, okay, I know what I'm gonna do.
In 2014, the Ukrainian military was absolutely useless. It couldn't mount a defense.
Yeah, but it seems that from the response there, he sort of went, "Oh right, well, I will be able to have another pop at it at some point in the future."
In some ways, Putin's mistake wasn't that he rolled on the country in 2014. In some ways, that was his biggest mistake. He probably could have gotten away with it had he done. Because it's not like Ukraine would have been able to resist, and the West would have just been completely caught off guard, and he probably would have taken the country in a couple of weeks.
You know what? If only he'd stuck with his with the so-called salami strategy. Maybe
just slice bits off of it each.
Maybe over a much longer amount of time, that would have actually succeeded in a way that this, the original dash to Kiev and the fucking military operation now is just a total big mess that there's no longer any kind of plausible deniability, or at least a veneer of plausible deniability. I think that's what's always helped for Russia, that they've always had justifications and reasons and questions, and well, it's not really us, it's the rebels, and all this, that, and the other. But when you send your fucking tanks to the capital, you've sent your fucking tanks to the capital. There's no, you can't. You might be able to convince people in Russia of what it is you're doing, but the rest of the world will see it differently.
There's also another oblast that they might want to hang on to, and that's Kherson, which is next to Crimea. That's another oblast they might hold on to if they can.
I'll read a few more. I'll read a few more comments here quickly as well. Blue Guy says it was a quick invasion of Crimea because Russia already had troops in Crimea and the local government was pro-Russian. Ben My Dick Cucumber Snatch says he could have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling countries. I think most recent one from Zardos, I think in reply to what I was saying about Ukraine war and just the deaths, I have no doubt about that. It saddens me deeply to my core, Captain.
Well, I mean, that's war at the end of the day. I mean, people die during it.
So, out of curiosity, Swiss, how much longer are you going to have this stream that's supposed to be about local elections?
You know what? I really don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, we're at nearly 2 a.m. now, and we haven't done the locals. The locals are done. We've been chit-chatting about other shit for a while.
There's no more results coming in. We're still waiting on Croydon and Tower Hamlets, which haven't declared yet.
I mean, we haven't spoken about Northern Ireland, but I feel like nobody in this chat is qualified to talk about Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland has stopped counting. They're doing it tomorrow.
Oh,
well, I mean, still comfortably in the lead.
In which case, I've already said that I'll once we're all finally done with Northern Ireland as well, we'll come back to end up recapping that result. Although, hopefully, if I can get either Robin or Jerry on, that would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're going to need an Irish perspective on that.
But I guess maybe one last question is that, do you think the local losses that Boris Johnson has had, do you think that's enough to boot him out, or you think that's not going to happen?
No, I think is it enough? Maybe that you get just enough drips to the 1922 committee to trigger a leadership contest. I guess it's in the realms of possibility, but even then, are the parliamentary Tory party actually going to vote to get rid of Boris? I don't think they are. Even now, I don't think they are.
Fair enough.
So I don't know. Okay. But I should say, in fairness, that's based on where we are presently. Obviously, the mood music amongst the MPs can change based on unexpected events, based on more fines being handed out, or some other gaffe that Boris hasn't even done yet, or just elements that we can't predict right now. Okay. So, although at present I don't think they're going to oust him, they could in future if things develop and change.
Yeah. Well, I guess one more question that I guess thought of is that with regards to like Reform UK, since they barely put any candidates up, do you think they're actually even going to repeat in the next general election or not?
They probably will.
For UKIP 2.0.
Well, so you think the party's just electorally dead then, Tom?
Mostly. I mean, I can't see them going anywhere. I just can't.
I think they'll continue to exist for a good old time, but they are relegated now to minor party status. I'm not not a small party, but a minor party, like one that exists.
Yeah, so they're still on like the electoral calculus as polling. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, sooner or later, UKIP is going to drop off of that. I can't say when it will be.
Well, UKIP has dropped off the poll. It's now just Reform.
Oh, sorry. Was it Reform you were talking about rather than UKIP? Reform, yeah. Oh, I must have misunderstood there. I think ultimately Reform may well end up with the same fate as UKIP if they're not able to be electorally relevant. But I don't know. They've won a couple councillors, haven't they? So
Two.
two. So you've got to argue actually, okay, well they're on the ascendancy. It might be a really fucking minute ascendancy, but it's an ascendancy nonetheless.
I'm just wondering because from 2019 they had like over 100,000 members. I'm just like, how many do they have now? Because Wikipedia has not updated that.
Oh, drastically less. It's going to be. It's a weird one. It's like the Reform Party is less important now on the national stage and on frontline politics, but because they exist and because they've been around a little bit now and they're probably going to start organising, they probably will get representation at the local level a little bit easier, even though they're not as relevant as they were during like Brexit. You know.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, I thought the question may have been about. At first, I thought it was about UKIP for whatever reason, and UKIP. I was just going to say they're, you know, there probably will be a UKIP for fucking decades to come, in one form or another. But
there's always room for that party, isn't there?
Yeah.
Slightly more authoritarian, more anti-immigrant, right-wing Tory party.
I mean, this is the thing. I think actually the shape and character of UKIP has shifted quite a bit over the past decade or so. I think that they've embraced their extremes a lot more since Brexit went. I feel like they're much more of a sort of a
with
you get what I'm trying to say. They seem a lot more unpalatable.
Yeah,
to me now.
You think Anne-Marie Waters, for example, she wouldn't have been anywhere close to winning in the early part of the decade. You know, she's you know, it goes from anti-immigrant to anti-Islam, and that's when most voters, I think, get turned off.
Yeah. I think when your main focus, right wing party want less immigration, fine. But if your main shift is just on Muslims specifically, you've taken on a very different kind of character, haven't you?
Yeah, it's like I think again the difference between the far right parties, far right in this sense is parties to the right, the Conservative Party, do well when they. So I think the two examples of what they can be are UKIP. If they're like that, they can be electorally successful. And then there's the BNP, who are the other side of that line and generally aren't because they're too much. You know,
I think UKIP was almost a sort, and I know it's going to be odd saying this, but UKIP was almost a sort of broad church for a number of years. You had a UKIP that actually, believe it or not, you could pull in. You know, your right-wing Tories, your working class Labour, your Eurosceptic Lib Dems, and of course your racists and your fascists as well. But there was the way that UKIP was for a period of time. It was actually able to bring in people of different political persuasions under the banner of "we want out of the EU" because that's what they were there for. Yeah. But when that went away, suddenly that binding agent that kept that coalition together split. And all that's been left is the rump, and the rump just happens to be the rather fashy-looking bit, basically.
Yeah, they're a bit close to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not saying that whoever UKIP are now are full-on Nazis or anything. I doubt they are, but they're. It's not the sort of party that I'd ever want to vote for. That's for sure.
I mean, most of what they talk about is literally just fucking Mujis and the immigrants and that shit, pretty much.
Fair enough. So, that I guess answers all my remaining questions locally, at least.
I mean, to be fair, I've often wondered what would happen in a hypothetical scenario if a fascist party actually succeeded in this country.
You mean get into parliament?
Yeah.
Do you mean just like in just one seat, or just like has a large seats?
I'm talking like 290 seats. I'm talking like that sort of scenario.
I was getting ready to channel my inner Navarra there, where I was just going to be like, "Oh, but the fascists already, and haven't you seen the Tories? They want to send the immigrants over to Nigeria."
I think you probably have riots on the street, and you probably have all the other political parties trying to just team up together just to prevent them from getting any form of power, because it's like, let's see.
To be honest with you, knowing what this country is like and knowing the type of instability that they would cause, I think if that scenario ever happened, it would probably cause a civil war in the country if it ever got to
I don't
that
know,
point.
we're not like the French with that. I'm not sure. I think there'll be some riots, perhaps. I mean,
No,
just
because it
on
would be a
the
case where the,
website to sort of get an idea of what they're campaigning on now. I mean, it's
well,
like you
it'd
said,
be like it'd be
immigration.
crypto sort of. In order for it to be somewhat successful, it'd be crypto fascism pretty much, where it's like they don't
Crypto
overtly say, "Oh,
of
well, we're
Elon
going to
Musk.
hold the black people out," but they're going to say things like, "Oh, we're deeply concerned about the demographics of England and London isn't a British city anymore," and all that sort of stuff.
We're big on the family, right? And it's important in the family that you have babies, but actually, we'd kind of like it if just the white people had babies. That's what we'd really like. I think that's where they're at, right? Maybe a little bit.
But yeah, I can definitely see like a civil war if they're not removed.
I think Toryism is so strong in this country that I think the far right struggle basically.
The problem is, and the reason why the far right has never been like successful in this country compared to Europe, as an example, is because what the Tories like to do is they like to take certain popular aspects of the far right and heavily water it down to make it acceptable to the public and just kill them off. Because
Like I
once
did
you
with
take
Brexit.
well, yeah, kind of like with Brexit in a way. But basically, well, Thatcher did it with the National Front, to be fair, where she talked about swamped with a different culture, but never actually ended up delivering on much of those policies in the end. She took the popular aspect of the party, watered it down heavily, and so all that you were left with in the end was a bunch of football hooligans and thugs.
Do the Tories still stand, like at the most recent election, did they stand on the platform of bringing immigration down to the tens of thousands again?
Yes.
Because they've stood on that every year since 2010.
Is it tens of thousands? I thought it was 100,000 net.
Well, bring it down to 10,000. Sorry, 100,000 or lower, i.e., the tens of thousands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the tens of thousands is what they say.
And Blue Guy in the chat said crypto bro fascism will become a thing.
Combat 18.
Oh yeah, there we go. I found an article saying it's 12 years old. Tories would limit immigration to tens of thousands a year.
But this is the thing. They adopted that as a policy in 2010, and obviously they didn't deliver on it. But the funny thing is that every election since they've continued to do so. Well, actually, no. I'm pretty sure they did in 15 and 17. I can't say with certainty they did in 19 or not. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the point is, they did it for a long old time, and obviously, who were they trying to appeal to in that? People who want radically lower immigration. But they obviously were never going to deliver on it, and they couldn't even deliver on it in the EU anyway. But nonetheless, they kept putting it out there on their policy platform.
One Sky over said Combat 18. Oh god, yeah, Combat 18.
Combat 18.
Combat 18. If you don't know what they are, Combat 18 is basically a terrorist organisation. They are pretty much a gang of football hooligan neo-Nazi thugs who advocate for a race war in Britain.
Oh, right. They're actual like organised group, are they?
Yeah, basically their sort of belief system is that racial inequality in Britain is not only impossible, but it is undesirable. Britain should only be for white people, and the ethnic minorities should be forcibly removed from Britain. And if they don't leave on their own accord, we will remove them with violence. And if they rise up against us, we will go to war with them. That's Combat 18's mentality. That's what they believe.
I mean, it says in the chat they got banned then, but they were like one of those prescribed organisations that's just too extreme.
Because they're basically a terrorist organisation. They advocate for a war of annihilation and genocide against all ethnic minorities that live in Britain. So they got banned for that.
Jesus.
You'd be surprised. Well, maybe not. I mean, I know some people in the young Tories who are somewhat believers in sort of separate but equal style racial politics.
they're not advocating for that. They're pretty much advocating for the final solution. But in
I mean,
Britain.
yeah, that's a step onwards. But you'd think it's 2022. I thought these debates had been had in the 1960s in the States, let alone here in the 21st century. It's just cool.
I think that's far too often the mistake that we make in tying this modern age that we live in and this sense of progress that we've got and the differences today from where we were in the past to the idea that we're somehow insulated from these things coming back or still being out there. And I think increasingly it's clear that isn't the case. You know, the whole who was it? The Fukushima End of History. Who wrote that?
Oh, Fukuyama.
Right. Fukuyama. There we are. But you know, at that point, it was an idea of, oh yeah, we've kind of hit upon the right formula. The porridge isn't too hot. The porridge isn't too cold. This is the way it's going to be, and most other countries will naturally come to our way of seeing things because it is inherently the right way of doing things and will manifest itself as such. And then obviously that doesn't seem to have borne out over the years, but I think that maybe post-Cold War there was a sort of sense of, I mean, I'm straying here because 1 minute we're talking about social topics and then it's geopolitics, but it all ties into the same thing. I think that, you know, there was a sense of optimism post-Cold War. Oh, fantastic, we don't have the threat of nuclear annihilation anymore, things might improve, we've just invented the fucking internet, it's about to be the year 2000, wow, you know, we've made it, guys, we've arrived, we made it through the 20th century and now it's all nice shit ahead for us, you know. And I think whether it's that kind of a view geopolitically or whether socially you think, oh, well, we've made great strides forwards in this direction and that direction and we can never move backwards as we would see it. I think, again, there's a false sense of security with those things. I think they always need to be guarded against very, very fiercely. I mean, like, you know, in America at the moment, Roe v. Wade. To the passive observer,
I mean, yeah,
who didn't know much. But to the passive observer. Why can't I fucking talk today? Who doesn't know a great deal about, you know, Roe v. Wade itself or how it came about or states' rights arguments and all that sort of thing. They just kind of go, oh yeah, well, you know, there are some people in America who are, you know, very strong fundamentalist Christians and they don't like abortion and they protest against it, but Roe v. Wade happened and people are allowed abortions and that's it. You know, to an uninitiated person on the street, that would just be the perception of it. Oh yeah, okay, it's still a bit of a thing, they still fight over it, but it was settled, so it's fine. Except it's obviously not, you know.
Yeah, but you would say abortion is settled here, wouldn't you? It's not.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any great movement with any sort of significant gravity in this country to try and change the situation we got with it.
No, I think it try to move it. I think the only no.
I think in a stream I did the other day, I forget who it was I was talking to, but it could have been Callum, I don't know. Or no, maybe it was you, Tom. I'd said something like, but I did have concerns about the way that American arguments and whether it's culture war or other kinds of divides have a habit of migrating their way over here eventually, probably aided by the internet these days. So my concern, and it's still a slight passive concern maybe, is that although we have a fairly good situation in this country now in regards to, you know, not having a horrible toxic abortion debate or whatever, and there's good historical reasons why we have gone down a different path than the Americans, I don't think there's a cast iron guarantee that we could never end up in a place like that. There's obviously reasons why we haven't thus far, and there's good reasons why we're unlikely to do so, but there's no invisible magic force saying that we could never end up in that kind of a place. Of course we could, if the conditions led there in the right kind of a way. So I guess that was...
would have to have a huge resurgence, wouldn't it? Here.
Yeah.
Especially, yeah. I think one reason here is why it's, I mean, the American theological debate is probably dominated by the two groups of Christians who are most most anti-abortion, as in they're either Catholics or hardcore Protestants, you know, Baptists and the like. and this country has historically, long anti-Catholic history, and also long anti nonconformist history. So the two groups that are so anti-abortion have been marginalized, and because Christianity is not the thing it is, it's not the same in Europe as it is in America. You don't
I
get
also think that you have to take into account the type of Christianity that has existed in Britain that is distinct within America. The type of Christianity that exists there is usually like evangelical, hardcore Christianity or Catholicism. That tends to be it. It's basically the most extreme forms of Christianity that you can get is all distilled into America, largely because that's the people that left Britain. Those are the people that went to the US in the end. Whereas in Britain, the dominant denomination of Christianity here is the Anglican Church, which is much, much more liberal than not only US mainstream Christianity, but even most Christian denominations in Europe. It's more moderate than them. It's also worth noting that I could be wrong about this, but didn't the Quaker movement start here in Britain?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so the Quaker movement started here. So that's the sort of thing, like ever since the Reformation and the 30 Years' War, Christianity in Britain has been getting more and more liberal, largely motivated by the fact that all of the illiberal and extreme versions of Christianity were either wiped out as part of government policy because they were seen as a threat to the stability of the monarch, or they just left. That's kind of why we haven't had religion dominate our politics and our society and our culture in the way it does in the US and even some parts of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, the Anglican Church is a church of compromise right from the beginning. If you read the 41 articles, it's a complete mishmash of Catholic theology and Lutheran theology and Calvinist theology, and that works quite well to not in history not being radical, unlike other sects, either like the Catholic Church, which just doesn't change its mind, or the radical Protestant traditions, whether it's Puritanism back in the day and now it's Calvinism and Southern Baptism, that are very radical in there.
So I think those are good descriptions of the difference in Christian traditions between our country and the United States.
It's also worth noting, and I think this is an important point to focus on as well, is in this country in particular, how much of the left has been influenced by religion. What a lot of people, especially even on the modern British left, don't realise is how much Christianity played a role in the origins of the British socialist movement. The British socialist movement doesn't have its origins in Marxism. It has its origins in, I can't think of the exact word of it,
Methodism.
but Christians. Yeah, Methodism, that's it. It has its origins in Methodism, not Marxism. And as a result, the situation you've had is the left in Britain has been not only tolerant of Christianity, but has actually actively worked with and cooperated with the Christian movement in Britain. And so what you've often found historically is the left and Christianity have been one and the same rather than at each other's throats. Whereas in the US, however, a lot of the socialist movement has been really diametrically opposed to Christianity and had a very standoffish approach with them.
Is that still the case now with the UK, though? Because I feel like that doesn't seem to be the case now, or is there more?
I don't think religion goes into politics at all.
No, I don't see. I mean, certainly in today's modern context, I don't see the left and Christianity as particular bedfellows these days. So it's obviously shifted at some point.
I don't think any. I mean, I think it's wrong to say that the left and Christianity were synonymous in that era. I think they were synonymous of some denominations of Christianity. The Tories.
It may be fair also to say, though, that back then, if we're talking about the founding of socialist movements, more people were more religious anyway. So even the people doing the founding of these movements were more likely to be religious, more likely to have a church they went to, more likely to be involved in the organization because everyone was more religious at the time.
Yeah, but if you look at European socialism, there's a long tradition of anti-clericalism, especially in Catholic nations, and obviously Marxism has a nasty anti-theistic side.
Yeah, that is something to take into account. A lot of European socialist movements were strongly anti-clerical. If you look at Spain,
Italy,
if you look at Spain, Italy, France, Russia, you see a strong anti-clerical movement within it. And that's what I was mentioning before with Britain and Christianity. I don't mean the whole religion, because obviously there's different denominations. I'm just talking about like the main ones that were dominant within British society, not all of them.
Protestant nations usually have socialist movements who are more inclined, less hostile to them than Catholic nations.
Yeah, like you can see that in Germany, for example, particularly in Prussia, as an example, which was a Protestant country. That was the first country to have a welfare state as a part of its modern society, which kind of says a lot.
Yeah, Lutheran tradition is probably the most works probably the best with the Labour movement in theological terms, I would say, even though the Catholic Church generally is sort of weirdly social democratic, but then very conservative, which leaves it in odd positions often.
Lee Ball in the chat. Oh, I was just going to read. Lee Ball in the chat said, I was expecting a bit more minor party based bans before we got bogged down in
To be honest, we've been going. We've run out of local stuff, and I think we're just dragging on the stream a bit. I'm getting a bit worn out. I will be honest.
No, it's just sort of. Germany has always been religiously divided in North South. Yes, it has Catholic South, Protestant North. That is true. But no, that's the sort of point I'm making. As for modern left and Christianity, no, that doesn't exist anymore. But then again, it's not really a clash because religion is not as important here as it used to be in the past.
It's not. I mean, religion's not in politics at all, barely. I would say. I mean, Tories don't. It's not like in the States, the Conservative Party don't make appeals to Christian values, do they? Ever?
No, I mean, just look at all the fun Tim Farron had being a leading politician who was really, or Blair for that matter. You know, anyone in this country who's openly sort of devoutly religious has a sort of intense microscope on them for it.
You think? I mean, May is pretty strong Anglican. Brown was a pretty strong Church of Scotland believer.
Why is it then that I'm thinking of Blair and Farron in particular?
I mean, obviously Farron got skewered over gay rights
with politics.
He got skewered on that because he didn't have his answer was not great, not good enough really for them.
The issue with it was
Blair is Catholic, I think. It's probably the reason you're remembering him.
But the reason for it is, one, Blair was a Catholic, and the British state has had a very, let's say, interesting relationship with the Catholic Church, to say the least. As for Farron, it was because he mixed his religion and politics together. People in this country get microscopes put on them if they mix their politics and religion together in a very toxic way.
I suppose I'm maybe not remembering the events leading up to the situation with Farron then. So did he sort of wear it on his sleeve? Did he make a very big deal out of the fact he was religious and therefore invited questions on his views through a religious lens?
No, I don't think so. I think they just certain people realized they could get him, if you know what I meant.
I think that was very unfair. I think it was and I wasn't big on Farron at the time because of Brexit and that, but I did think that was very unfair to him. You can say, he should have answered it more clearly in the first place. Obviously, he didn't. But trying to sort of entrap him by being like, well, doesn't your religion think that being gay is a sin? He should have just said, yeah, you know what? My religion does. My religion also says lots of things are a sin, but I'll still live my life in a kind way, treat people with respect and support LGBT people or whatever.
His voting record's pretty good as well.
Yeah,
It was
but
because
unfortunately,
they,
it just skewered him, didn't it?
they found a kink in his image and they hammered away at it until it crumbled. Is pretty much what they did.
Yeah,
mean,
I always
I
thought
don't.
that was quite unfair to him, to be honest.
I mean, for my own part, I did find it very strange how they were hyper focusing on it. I mean, even as somebody who's an agnostic, as myself is, I just found it very weird. I just thought to myself, why are you attacking this man for his religious beliefs?
I mean, I'm an atheist, and
I'm pretty
have
certain
exactly
people
the
were
same
still
thoughts.
just.
Yeah,
I'm pretty certain people were just still wanting to slag on the Lib Dems at that point because of
I
how.
mean, even
Gosh.
people on even people on the left were doing it. Like people like Owen Jones that were just calling him homophobe. It's like, what
I'm.
what are
I
we
think it
doing?
was mostly the tactic to try and put off people from voting Lib Dem and focusing more on Labour and all that stuff.
It worked pretty well, to be fair.
Yeah, it did. I mean, from a
'Cause
purely political point of view, it did work. But
you had
from
sort
a
of the progressive litmus test eventually, didn't it? And it was like he's failed, unfortunately. So we're throwing him in the same camp as all the other deplorables we don't like anymore.
So, is there anything else left to talk about? Because I'm thinking of heading off now and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You can head off if you want.
Yeah,
That's okay.
it's just that I think I'm getting a bit worn out and all that stuff, and I think it's the lack of sleep is getting to me now.
I mean,
No
the only
worries.
thing I wanted to talk about, if anybody wanted to talk about it, is Finland and Sweden joining NATO as a potential thing happening soon.
I don't mind talking about it, but I'm not awfully knowledgeable on it. I've maybe read like 2 articles about it. So, but if you'd like to air some views and bounce them off of me, by all means.
Oh yeah, Finland and
I'd probably say because I'm going to head off and all that stuff. I probably think it's going to happen eventually, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. But good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
I'm also going to head off. Thank you for having me on, Swiss.
No problem. Thanks for coming on.
Nice to see you.
Goodbye and ta-da.
Bye.
But yeah. I
And then
guess
there
the
were
final
2.
thing to talk about, like the final thing for a few minutes, is basically Sweden, Finland joining NATO. Why is it happening? Basically to prevent Russia from doing any kind of incursions into the country. Historical context behind it. Sweden, I can't give much because it's not really a relationship, but with Finland, it's more easier. Finland used to be a part of the Russian Empire for many, many years. They got independence in the aftermath of the Russian Civil War. The Soviet Union under Stalin didn't like that, so they basically sent forward a list of demands to give up territory to them. They refused. There was a war. The Soviet Union did very badly, but in the end regrouped and reconstituted their forces and were able to push quite deep into Finland. And the Finns, not wanting to become a Soviet puppet state, sued for peace and gave them land. Then they went to war with them again in order to try and take land, lost again, had land taken from them, were forced into neutrality for the first Cold War, and then Soviet Union collapsed, and they've remained a neutral nation ever since. But the Russian invasion of Ukraine has made both of them want to join NATO to protect themselves because they don't want to be the next Ukraine.
And I think that's, if you're those countries, that's a reasonable enough thing to think, okay, none of the NATO countries have been invaded. Ukraine's been invaded. Obviously, there's an element of discussion around it of, Russia saying, well, we don't want Ukraine to be in NATO anyway, and that's partly informing what we're doing, although there's God knows plenty of other reasons they're doing what they're doing as well. But fundamentally, if they now no longer feel safe by going, oh fuck, look what's happened to them, then it makes enough sense for them to start considering joining. Is there a great deal of will amongst the public in these countries to join, or has there been a shift in opinion on this in the last few months? I guess I'd imagine so.
Yes, very much. Both countries' populations were against joining NATO prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But after the invasion, 62% of Finns are in favour of joining NATO, and about 52% of Swedes are in favour of joining NATO. So there is public support within both countries to join the organisation.
Okay, there's public support, but I mean, certainly, I mean that 52% is a Brexit margin, isn't it? Which is, as we know, infamously divided.
Benedict Cumberbatch has said, I don't get Sweden's fear of invasion, I get Finland's fear. The issue with Sweden is Sweden has a little island in the Baltic Sea called Gotland, and the worry that Sweden has is that Russia will invade and occupy the island in order to turn it into Kaliningrad 2.0, basically have an island enclave in the Baltic Sea to give them access to the Baltic Sea. That's the worry that they have, that the Russians will naval invade Gotland and take control of it, and use it as a sort of springboard for actions in the Baltic Sea.
So I suppose the question is then how close are we to the prospect of them joining now then? If it appears that opinion is shifting, and I assume also the politicians in their country are starting to consider it, have we got some kind of a timeline, or is it just a bit of a statement of intent at the moment?
We have guesses. There should, sometime in the middle of the month, they will give their decision as to whether they will consider joining NATO or not. And in June, they will probably put forward their applications to join NATO. And, well, we'll see what the organisation decides to do at that point.
I mean, I'd imagine if they apply to join, I can't imagine NATO just flat out saying no. I struggle to see that.
It's not likely they would, but then again, you've always got wild cards like Hungary and even the US Senate that is a wild card as well, because you could have a lot of isolationist types, Donald Trump types that are like, no, not joining. And just
do you need unanimous agreement within NATO to admit a new member then?
Yes, you need all 30 members of NATO to agree to accepting a new member of the country, of the organisation.
Can you imagine if they apply to join NATO, it gets vetoed by someone, and then Russia invades Finland? How would they feel?
You say that, but that is exactly what happened to Ukraine. When the summit in 2008 happened, Georgia and Ukraine were given the opportunity to join NATO, and all but two countries agreed to invite them into the organisation and give them candidate status. And those two countries that voted against them were France and Germany. 4 months after that summit, Russia invaded Georgia and took control of two provinces called South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and permanently destabilized Georgia as a result. And then 6 years later, they annexed Crimea and invaded and established separatist organizations within Donbass, and then invaded 8 years after doing that. So it has actually happened happened to Ukraine, and it happened to Georgia.
So that's interesting then, because I've heard arguments being put about kind of on effectively on the pro-Russian side of this, people on that kind of side of the propaganda sort of going, well, you know, this is your fault for fucking around and dangling NATO in front of them and then not letting them join and all this, that and the other. But that's a very collective you that they're using there. If it was France and Germany who vetoed it, if like the US and the UK at least were like, yeah, you can join, then, you know, how the fuck is this part of some nefarious scheme on our part to bugger Ukraine over if actually we were fine with them joining?
It was just a case of basically they always expressed interest in it, but after France and Germany vetoed it, NATO never pursued it again. They always just kept Ukraine in limbo. Georgia was rolled out after 2008, but they kept Ukraine in limbo. Like after France and Germany vetoed it, they said, "Oh no, don't worry, we'll sort that out eventually, and you can join one day." But they never followed it up. They just left them permanently in limbo, and then Russia invaded.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, that's pretty shitty, to be fair.
Yeah, that was
pretty
the
shitty.
issue.
Yeah,
that was the sort of issue. It wasn't like what happened with the other countries. they were always more worried about Ukraine because of the shared history between Russia and Ukraine, and so they were worried that Ukraine being invited in would have caused a massive response from Russia. So they wanted them in, but they didn't want to follow it up intensely for fear of provoking Russia.
And ultimately, Russia, it's such a complicated little thing, isn't it? I say little thing, but on the one hand, the prospect of going, oh, we don't want to escalate and upset the Russians, but then on the other hand, them not joining then leaves the room for Russia to go and do exactly what they've done, because no doubt Russia probably wouldn't have attacked it if it was a NATO country. So there's a sort of a circular sort of catch-22 to all this, in a way. You know, the argument of, well, would it have been safer for them to have joined NATO in the first place? Or, Ben Muddick Cucumber Snatch says, I know it's an unpopular opinion now, but NATO should have been abolished 30 years ago and an alliance of West and East should have been formed. So, like, clearly not being a member of NATO has fucked them because Russia has been able to invade, and because they don't have Article 5 protecting them, you know, Russia's seen that they'd actually be able to get away with doing that. But then again, Russia's also saying, oh, well, we feel threatened. I suppose it comes down to the fact that I don't solely buy Russia saying we feel threatened by the idea of neighbors joining NATO as the sole reason for them invading. I guess that's why it doesn't hold as much water with me. If I thought it was purely a matter of them going, oh yeah, you know, we feel very uncomfortable by having NATO on the borders, and that was literally why they'd gone after Ukraine to prevent this happening, then I could see more validity to the argument of, well, has NATO been more of a force for bad in this than a force for good? But given that Putin's been fairly explicit about his feelings about the legitimacy of Ukraine as a country and Russia's own entitlement to parts of that country, then it doesn't seem to me that NATO expansion is a good argument for why Russia's justified in doing what they've done.
It's also worth noting that Putin doesn't just view Ukraine as a non-legitimate state. Shortly before he signed a decree recognizing the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics as independent countries, he said in a speech that one of the greatest mistakes of the Bolsheviks was giving independence to the former parts of the Russian Empire, which includes Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Georgia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan, and many other parts of Russia. Putin said that was one of the biggest mistakes of the Bolsheviks, and it was a historical justice against Russia that must be undone, is what he said in that speech.
So it does lend a bit of a little bit more context to it, maybe. Ben Muddick says also, and I'm well versed with this as well, that NATO promised Russia there would be no expansion east. Not pro-Russian. I'm just pointing it out. I think rather than NATO promise, it was it a combination? Was it Reagan and Gorbachev, or
it was basically? This is something that's always a misconception. It was an unwritten, informal agreement that was concerned only to East Germany. There was basically talks about what should happen with East Germany after the collapse of the Warsaw Pact. Should it be an independent country, or should it be reunified with West Germany? And it was concluded that reunification was what the path they wanted to go down. And so basically the thing was that East Germany would be integrated into NATO as a result. And there was an informal, basically verbal.
It was a conversation,
agreement. There was a conversation that it wouldn't happen, but it was only with regards to the Soviet Union as an entity, as a political unit, not to the Russian Federation itself. So once the Soviet Union collapsed, this agreement, which was nothing more than a conversation at the end of the day, effectively ceased to exist, because the promise was not made to Russia, it was made to the Soviet Union, which was more than just Russia itself.
So I think the least that we can say is that there's different ways you can try and slice that, and whether we're going to analyze it as, oh, so Russia is not the Soviet Union, they're not the same, or whether you're going to say, well, it was just a conversation, it wasn't ironclad, or whether you're going to say, oh yeah, what, fair dues, there was an indication that it wouldn't end up going eastwards. It did go eastwards, but again, all of that in its own combination, it still doesn't lay at my feet a good justifiable reason why Russia has invaded Ukraine, and I guess that's the trouble with that argument as it's put about. It very much paints Russia as, oh no, we've been so hard done by this big nasty NATO.
I mean, the reality of the situation is whether people want to acknowledge it or not, if NATO did not expand eastward, Putin would have already rebuilt most of, or at least be attempting to recreate the Soviet Union borders. I mean, he wouldn't be in Ukraine right now. He'd be overrunning the Baltic states and probably have control of them at the moment. And then he would be preparing to move on to other parts of the former Soviet Union to take them back in control. This is what people fail to completely understand about Putin. At his core, he is an irredentist, which means he wants to reclaim what he sees as rightful Russian territory that was stolen from it by the West. And
of course, it makes him hard. It makes it harder for him to do that if said territory is part of a defense treaty.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically,
that's the problem with it. And the two perfect speeches that highlight this irredentist attitude was when he said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, and his speech when he recognized the two republics, saying that the greatest mistake of the Bolsheviks was recognizing former parts of the Russian Empire as independent states and creating countries out of them. It is very, very, very clear from Putin's speeches that he wants to recreate the Soviet Union, or at least exert Russian influence over the former Soviet Union. And anybody who doesn't believe that just does not understand Putin's ideology.
And I think even even arguments about, oh well, he'd feel threatened about nuclear weapons if they were to exist or be stationed in any countries nearby to him. Do we have a first strike policy?
No.
Are we inclined to fucking throw our nukes around if we don't get our own way, or implicitly or explicitly threaten other countries with them? I mean,
No, the UK, France, and the United States do not have a first strike nuclear policy. They have a defense deterrence one, meaning that they will only use nuclear weapons if nuclear weapons are used against them. They don't have first strike policy. Russia is the only country that has nuclear weapons that I am aware of that has a first strike nuclear policy. China doesn't either. They don't have first strike. They just have defense and deterrence.
Yeah, it's the more I find out about this situation, the more I just think how fucking woefully misinformed about this kind of shit I was a few years back, when it was just like like when we're talking earlier about kind of like the left and their view of America and how that informs so many other views and everything. Just at the time, it was so much be going, whatever, and they're warning us about Russia doing this, that, and the other, but there's nothing really wrong with Russia. It's just because Russia doesn't play our game and they're not one of our mates, so we just we'd probably go and topple them if we really wanted to. I had it baked into my mind that any country that we weren't on friendly terms with, we were obviously plotting regime change for. Any country, all of them, and we would at any chance we got. That was that was a very ideological lens looking through at the time. But it's just, it's just interesting how it can change over time. but it's offered such incredible insight though into people within the Russian sphere of this argument. It's so strange to me in a way to see arguments being put to me that I used to make those very same arguments with conviction and believe that they really hold water. But now I look at them and I see it as there's an awful lot of either having to connect invisible dots together to say that this means that this will happen and they will do this, and there's a shadowy hand controlling that, or a real sort of willingness to turn to rather awful things that other people are doing, or at least the whataboutery of yes, but Iraq or whatever. It's useful to have been there yourself and then be out of it, and then you view people like that with a very different eye.
The thing that was able to sort of drive me away from that, because it was a viewpoint I used to hold, I mean, even in my younger years, I was quite pro-Putin myself. The thing that turned me off of that was basically educating myself about Russia. I honestly think that the best way to sort of debunk a lot of the beliefs that people hold about Russia is to simply learn Russian history and about Russia's relationship with Eastern Europe. I truly believe that that is the best way to debunk people's view of Russia as the perpetual victim that's always hard done by the West. Because if you look at Russian history, if you look at Putin's career, and if you look at the relationship between Russia and Eastern Europe, and what Russia did to a lot of these countries during the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, you will quickly realize that you fully understand why these countries do not like Russia and why they're so fearful of them and why they want to get away from Russia's sphere of influence as soon as possible.
I was watching something a few weeks back about I think it was the famine in Ukraine in the 30s.
The Holodomor, yes.
Yeah, and that was just it was grim. It was very grim.
Yeah, you had people who were starving to death in the streets and dying on the streets from starvation, and it became so commonplace. You would have cases where people in Kyiv would walk past a street line that's just filled with dead bodies of people who have died from starvation. It was that bad during the days of the Holodomor.
It's something for some reason. And I can't explain to you exactly why, but there's something about, I think, starvation that sits so horribly with me, more so than so many other means of death that you hear about en masse, or in a war, or people dying in a battlefield or whatever. But there's something about famine and just hearing the descriptions of it which really unsettles me. I think in the like in the, I mean, this may well have took place in Ukraine as well, but at the very least in China, in the Great Leap Forwards, stories about people, they had their quotas that they had to fill, and there wasn't any food left for them, and they were prevented from, and eventually they were eating clay and the roots in the ground and just filling their stomach with inorganic material just to feel full for a little bit. And I think there was something about I can't remember which one I watched this in, but this is what I mean. It's a story about famine anyway, but there was something about a mother who had some kids, and she had like a single bit of fruit or something, and there was this, like, one of the kids was ill, and he probably wasn't going to end up making it more than a few more days, but he was still alive and with it at the time, and he crawled down from this little spot he was on top of a oven or a shelf or something and begged his mum for a bit of this fruit, and she refused it to him, so his brothers and sisters could have it instead, because they had a better chance of living. And I think eventually she ended up, no, that was it, the little boy begged his mum for the food, he died within a day or so or something, and then the bloke who comes around and takes all the dead bodies, because it was a commonplace thing, came, and he loaded the mum onto the wagon as well, and the mum was still alive, And one of the kids said to him, like, why are you taking my mum away? And he said, what, you want me to come back tomorrow for her and for you? And that, it just hearing about that sort of thing, it's just like, I can't,
There was
it's
a case
just,
in you.
grisly. It's just so grisly. Go on,
There
sorry.
was a case in Ukraine during the Holodomor where a testimony was taken by a foreign visitor to who I think it was within the Soviet Union himself, from Moscow. It didn't get published until many, many years after it, around Stalin's death, but it was a document of a family, a small family. It was a mother, father, two children that were living during the Holodomor. It was a girl and a boy. The sister had died from the famine, the Holodomor, and the family had no choice but to cook the sister and eat her. But that food did not last long enough, and so they had to do the same to the kid when that boy died. And then after he died, the mother was next, and the father had to do that as well. And then there was no food left for him either, and then he died of starvation. And things like that happened during the Holodomor in Ukraine, and that famine is a deep, deep historical trauma for Ukraine.
Of course.
Strongly part of Ukraine's national psyche, and strengthens and plays a huge role in why the country that is ethnically Ukrainian is so fearful and hateful of Russia, because that type of thing happened to them when they were in the country itself.
Yep. And that much is very understandable. And we're pivoting slightly, but I suppose it's fair in a way that we're talking about this in the context of Ukraine and the Soviet Union, and obviously I mentioned the Great Leap Forward and Mao as well. But we've had experience in that and what we did to the Irish in the potato famine as well. That's part of our history where we have caused a famine. Now, obviously, all of these are by slightly different means. There are different ways that it came about to be a famine, different policies, etc. But the end result, starvation of a population. And that's like I'm that I'm not a fan of kind of like the woke left-wing attitude of wanting to fucking poo-poo on everything we've done and shout from the rooftops what a horrible racist country we were and tear down every statue we've ever had and all of this shit. I'm just not interested in it. But stuff like that, stuff like the Irish famine that we caused as a matter of policy, it absolutely requires some pause for thought and some introspection on the fact that once upon a time we were a country that did that sort of thing. I don't think we should remain shackled to our past and forever apologize for the facts that people many generations before us did things that we'd find abhorrent now, because I don't think that's necessarily useful. But it's certainly useful to be mindful of things that have happened in the past. That's the whole thing with the Holocaust, isn't it? Never forget. The idea is that if you keep telling people the story of something so awful that happened, it instills in them some kind of an idea to prevent it from happening again. But that's that's I mentioned that, I suppose, as a matter of context in a way, just to be like, I'm not just talking about nasty Russia, nasty China. I'm aware that in our own past things like this have happened as well.
There is no country on this earth that has not done something completely egregious during its history. Every single country on this planet has done something at some point in its history that has been totally and utterly egregious. I mean, even Ukraine has got parts of its history which are incredibly dark and depraved. A very large amount of the ethnic Ukrainian population collaborated with Nazi Germany when it invaded the Soviet Union, and when the Nazis took over Lviv, which is a city in western Ukraine, a pogrom against the Jewish population living in Lviv, the Ukrainian Jews living in Lviv, exploded. And you had ordinary Ukrainians going around killing Jews in the streets because of how much anti-Semitism had been built up over there over the time. It got so bad that even Wehrmacht officers had to intervene to stop the pogrom from just degenerating into a complete massacre of the whole of Lviv.
It's kind of shocking in a way to think that, you know, this sort of thing happened within the life. All of these sort of things in Europe happened within the lifetime of my grandparents. Admittedly, it's a bit of a stretch. Grandparents these days don't stretch as far back into World War II as they used to, but mine was still just about alive on the cusp of when it ended. I don't know. You've got me in a very deep introspective mood now, trying to think about all this. But I suppose this is the thing, isn't it? Okay, so we can say that no country is whiter than white. We can say that in our histories and in our pasts there are awful things that have happened. Why is that? Probably because there's something about human nature that, under certain conditions, with certain ideas or messages or whatever, people can end up doing such horrific things as that. Now, does it mean the Germans are any worse than anyone else because they manifested the Nazis? Not necessarily. No, I don't think there's anything inherent within the Germans that makes them, you know, somehow a measure evil compared to anyone else just because of the Nazis or anything like that. But in a sense, like when we were talking earlier on about, you know, how certain perceived progress is never actually baked in or locked in. Oh, it's the current year, it's 2022. How on earth could this, that, or the other be up for debate or something like that? You know, for as long as human nature is, and it is, the same as it's always been, there's always going to be that scope for such awful things that people will potentially do to other people.
How a country can go down a certain path, I guess in this case, a path of barbarism, to put it bluntly, there's a variety of reasons why it can happen. But usually, based on what I've seen from my historical research, the way it will go is a great national catastrophe will occur within a country, whether it be a war was lost, or a great natural disaster, or an economic crisis, or any sort of major national catastrophe that fundamentally affects the psyche of said nation occurs. And then eventually that creates a climate of fear, uncertainty, doubt, and hate in reaction to it. And there will be people within the population of that country who harbour nefarious beliefs, hateful views, who will take advantage of the country's desperate situation. They will then use that to desire to get a strong man in, to make everything better, to win power, and then they will start to put their policies into practice as to how they build public consent with propaganda. And how do you get people to believe it with the propaganda? Well, it's simple. You take a group of people, you blame that group of people for every single thing that is wrong with your country. You completely dehumanize them by calling them slurs or comparing them to wildlife like rats and cockroaches. And you keep doing that over and over again until eventually the population stops seeing that group that you've demonized as people. And then eventually you go, the only way that the national catastrophe will be fixed is if we get rid of this group that has ruined our lives. And then you start organizing people into units, and then you start instilling hate into those units, and then you train them in combat. And then once they've reached a point that is sufficient in combat skill and in ideological hatred, you unleash them on the group that you've demonized, And that comes out in the forms of various atrocities. And that's how it often ends up going.
And it's that identification of either, well, sometimes it could be both an enemy within or an enemy without, but that focus of attention on, yes, this is the source of the problems, these are the ones undermining us, if only we could get rid of all these people, things would be much better. And it's offering simple solutions to complex problems, isn't it? It's
Yes.
just, like in Nazi Germany, economic issues, crops won't grow, Jews, it's just the Jews, eventually say it enough and people may believe it, or at least some may believe it and others will turn a blind eye to it, because you've already got to the point where enough people believe it and it's becoming a bit of a zeitgeist that you don't want to be the one to stick your neck out and oppose it too vocally, otherwise the target might be on you as well.
And in addition to that, there's also this sort of a sort of belief of superiority where people have the view of, oh, I could never do something like that. Oh, I could never be that bad or do that. And it's only those groups of people that were capable of doing something like that.
If I were a German soldier, I never would have worked at one of the death camps, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if I was a member of the Wehrmacht, I would have never shot that Ukrainian Jew in Kyiv.
This is where I know you're not particularly keen on Jordan Peterson, but this is in when I was looking at some of his stuff quite a few years ago and watching a few of his lectures. This is something he seized on that I did find very interesting. His look into kind of the nature of evil within humanity and what is it about us in our capacity to do evil. The idea that everyone individually would want to say, well, I wouldn't be one of the camp guards, well, I wouldn't be committing the genocide, well, I would have stood up for what I believed in and not followed orders. But actually, if you've got the right kind of authoritarian or totalitarian system in place above you, then actually all sorts of people will do all sorts of things. And like, me and you, I'm sure we'd like to think of ourselves as good, upstanding people. But if we had been born into a different kind of country with a different kind of system, with different kinds of views and a different kind of situation, we could well have turned into people doing just as awful things. And that's a bit of a concerning thought.
I think at the end of the day, anyone, regardless of who they are, what country they live in, or whatever, is capable of committing atrocities. People don't want to acknowledge that, but it is just the truth at the end of the day. And I think the thing that also needs to be understood about a lot of Nazi propaganda, in particular, the way that SS commanders ordered their soldiers to carry out actions, is they always said, this is necessary for the survival of the German Reich. And if you do not do this, the German Reich will die. That was what they always said in their orders, that this is necessary. Not that they were scum and must be destroyed, not that they are evil. It was always, this is necessary. And it's kind of a sort of removal of the sort of humanity of it. Kind of like when a surgeon, the way people compared it was, it's like a surgeon carrying out an operation. Because when a surgeon does an operation, they're cutting into somebody's body, which causes them immense pain that they just don't feel because they've been knocked out. But you do that because it is necessary to improve that person's life. Likewise, you must shoot these Jews because it is necessary for the survival of Germany. It's
or the Great Leap Forward was necessary for the advancement of Mao's China. We must get ourselves up to a level where we can start competing with the capitalists or whatever, that's essential for our survival. So this push for pushing the grain to the cities or to start producing as much iron or metal as we can or whatever, it's all absolutely necessary, whatever the consequences for the population are.
Yes. It is just that moment. It is, again, the mindset of this is necessary. This must be done, because if it is not done, then we will fail, basically. Is that sort of mindset.
Yeah. Couple comments we got here. That's an important point. The worst butchers often look like butter wouldn't melt and are kind, warm-hearted family men. Survival is a basic instinct which makes us all susceptible. I mean, and that's another thing as well, isn't it? Sort of the implicit threat of maybe, okay, if you don't go and follow orders and carry them out, not only will you be arrested, but your wife and your family will be arrested, and your wife will be raped in front of you and your children, and then your children will be murdered, and then you will be murdered. You know,
Yeah,
that's a pretty good motivation to do any kind of evil. There's a lot of things people would be willing to do if they thought the lives of their own family were at stake. I'm not necessarily applying that specifically to any of the examples we've spoken about, but that sort of thing has certainly been present in a number of countries and regimes.
Especially when the group of people that you're targeting have been portrayed as a physical danger to your society. Not just like an abstract danger, but like a literal physical danger to the society.
I think I think it's this kind of thing, and probably an awareness of the way that people were labelled, say in like Nazi Germany, the way the Jews were referred to. But I mean, well, which one was it? Was it Rwanda that had the civil war a few decades back? The Tutsis and the Hutus. I think I watched a film about it once at school, and they were forever referring to the Tutsis as cockroaches, and that sort of thing. And there's a real I don't know. There's a real instinctive disgust to me at that kind of language that dehumanizes to the idea of people being vermin, and it even extends to like in our own politics or whatever. Yeah, you'll see it sometimes with the far right and the way that they talk about Muslims or calling them Musrats or other things like that. It's very clear what the inferences are there. But even on the left, the far, I don't know. The left is vague sometimes. It's hard to tell which bit it is you're looking at any one time. But I'm not particularly happy with the ideas of referring to like Tories by those kinds of names. Maybe you really don't like the Tories. Maybe you've got reasonable justification to say, actually, yeah, some of the policies that they brought in have probably led to more deaths than if they hadn't brought those kinds of policies in, and you can make those kinds of inferences as well. But if that's the view that you're taking on it, but to place yourself to get yourself into a frame of mind, that's what I find so disturbing in a way. To get yourself into a frame of mind where you are gonna refer to just X group of people as something so dehumanizing, something so much of the view that it needs to be exterminated. That maybe to me is it's the point where the political horseshoe begins to curve. You know, the point where people start using dehumanizing language about people that they'd want gone, and actually you do get the genuine feeling from them that they do want them gone. That's the point where it's too much.
I think the thing that has always sort of stuck with me about certain things is how quickly you can get people that used to be neighbours and friends to be the most mortal of enemies. This is why, despite all the conflicts that have existed in the world, the conflict which has always stuck out in my mind the most is the wars of former Yugoslavia, particularly the Bosnian War. That war has always stuck out in my mind because of one testimony that was given by a Bosniak woman that was raped by Serb forces. The thing that always stuck with me was not about the details of her story and the grim details of it, but it was the fact that the men that did that to her were her neighbours, That was the thing that stuck with me the most, that she said that the people that did this to me were people that I went to school with, grew up with, and lived next to each other, and then they did that to me when the war kicked off. That has always stuck with me, that story, because it's like, how do you get a society to degrade and decay to the point where people that grew up next to each other for years and years on end commit the most atrocious crimes imaginable against each other? And that's what the Yugoslav wars were, and that's why it's always stuck with me, that these 6 ethnic groups that lived side by side with each other, that worked with each other, that fell in love with each other, and that worked to build a great society for 45 years, as went and resorted to committing genocide, mass rape, and all other kinds of awful crimes against each other. It's always something I've never been able to wrap my head around, how Yugoslavia degraded to that point.
I think perhaps that for you, how neighbour could turn against neighbour and do such awful things, that seems to be stuck with you in the same way that people being forced to eat clay in a famine has stuck with me. There's just certain things you hear about historically that are so poignant and conjure up such, well, not only imagery, but really makes you consider what had to go on to lead to that point.
But not only that as well, the crimes that were committed, the thing that stuck with me even more is the fact that they sang songs about it, that they made and dedicated music videos discussing the atrocities that they committed, and that they were proud that they had done it, and that they were mocking the people that they killed, and that they were looking forward to do it to more people. And it's like, how did a society completely decay to this point?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's so concerning. Kind of bringing it back to what we were saying before is that we live in our nice country with our bins getting collected and our NHS and our decent amounts of tolerance for one another and all the rest of it, but under the right conditions, things can degenerate so awfully. And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting we have a realistic, likely prospect of anything like that happening to us necessarily soon or anything like that. But it just goes back to that same point again and again, doesn't it? That nothing is ever guaranteed. All sorts of things can change with all sorts of different events. I guess we've been quite fortunate that since, we haven't been invaded this island since 1066, have we? We haven't had a foreign power exert its will on us and all the things that come along with that and being occupied. So that's been very fortunate for us. And certainly in kind of like this modern age in this country, it's hard to imagine us doing something like that. But then again, I suppose in places where this kind of thing's gone on, it would be very, if you ask people prior to it all going on, could you imagine such a thing? They'd all say, oh no, of course not. Of course I couldn't. No. But it comes back to that same thing, isn't it? It's there's a shadow to human nature, isn't there? There's a very dark shadow to human nature, and under the right conditions, with the right ideas in your head or whatever, that's the way people end up. That's the way people can get, even when you're on about them making music videos and celebrating and singing songs about the fucking awful things that they did. In order to do that, you've got to get to a place where in your mind you believe that not only what you've done is necessary or good, but but it is a thing to be celebrated, that you can look back on what you did and think, yeah, I was right on in that. That's a hell of a place to get to,
Yeah, Yugoslavia and former Yugoslavia is just a special case. It really is.
So I think. Sorry, go on.
I just want to say the final thing to wrap this up because it's been going on for a very long time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why out of every single conflict that I've examined, whether it be World War One, World War Two, the Russian Civil War, the Second Sino-Japanese War, no other conflict has stuck out more in my mind than the Yugoslav wars. Because with those other conflict, it was foreigner against foreigner, and in that case I could understand because you never sympathised with them. But I will never be able to wrap my head around how you could be a person who could have your family grow up, your Serbian family grow up with your Bosniak family next door. Your children go to the same school with them, and they go to the same Adriatic Sea beach and have fun at the weekend. And then when they grow up to be 18 years old, that same Bosniak family that you went to school with, you rape their daughter, you kill their son, and then after you've done that, you sing a song to celebrate the glory of what you've done. I will never be able to ever grasp how on earth Yugoslavia got to that point. Never.
I think on the basis of what you've said, that's going to have to be something that I look into at some point and teach myself about a bit. Because obviously, it's one thing to hear it from someone else and to get what is effectively a summary of it, and it's another thing to take it all in yourself and find out the details of the thing. And I feel like if that's had such a profound effect on you, it's probably something that I ought to look at as well, because it'll at least be useful for helping colour the larger picture of just what people can be like sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh Christ, this took a very somber bloody note by the end of it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. This started as a local lecture, by the way.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, right, okay. So I shake it all out. We're good. We're doing the local elections. It's all fun.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, do we probably want to wrap up then? Because I guess it is like 3:20 in the morning.
Yeah, let's wrap it up then.
Yeah. Well, you guys in the chat, so the 7 of you still watching, you've done well, sticking out with us for so long. So well done. I might have to go retroactively change the name of the stream to, warn viewers that a shit ton of it is not going to be about the local elections. But
Yeah.
I do like this when we get a chance to actually get into about some very interesting discussions about stuff that we don't normally. If it's just what's Boris Johnson said in PMQs this week, something with a little bit more gravity to it,
Yes.
Right. Anyway, I'll say goodnight to you guys in the chat. Thank you for joining. Sky. So later then for NI results. Oh, well, yeah. I suppose we should take one last look before we go. It will be later for the NI results because we've still got nearly half of them left to come in.
Yeah, the NI results will take ages. So
yeah. They are going to be tomorrow, but I'll tell you what. In fairness, because there's obviously an interest, I will just bring it up on screen at least before we go. So where are we? 47 out of the 90 seats are in. Sinn Féin 18, DUP 12, APNI 8, UUP. That's APNI. I read that as if I didn't know it was Alliance. UUP 4, SDL. Is that right? Sorry, I'm misreading this. UUP 4, SDLB 3, others 2. And Sinn Féin and DUP are actually on where they were before so far. It's the Alliance that have gained 2, and it's the UUP and the SDLP that are down 1 each. But as we say, there is more left to come in here. And that's where we are on the change since 2017 as well. Christ. Yeah, there's some Alliance and Traditional Union's voice have come out of this the best then. And the DUP has taken a very heavy hit.
yeah, they have done.
but I will, you know, as I've said, there's only so much I can kind of offer to the dear viewers on this from a person who does not have that much knowledge of politics in Northern Ireland. You know, I know the names, I know roughly where the parties sit relative to one another, but the significance and the leaders and the interplay and all that sort of stuff, we're much more better off either chatting to Jerry or Robin if we can get one of them on about it, because you know this is their politics, you know. Rightio. Anyway, let's go. Thank you for you guys in the chat saying it was a good stream. Glad you enjoyed. We will probably see you tomorrow.